Molim.
Dobar dan, gospodine Šešum, Belmesa, BH.
Samo vas zamolit ću sad. Prikladno. Welcome to the Southeast Europe Regional Conference on Media and Information Literacy. I want to greet you all warmly, all of you who will be watching us through Zoom and all of you who are present here today with us. I will make just a quick technical note. All of you who need translation, please make sure to use the interpretation button on the bottom of your screens. We will be hosting the conference in English. My name is Hanna Sokolovic. I will be moderating today's conference, but on all of that we will speak a bit more later. For the beginning, I would like to invite Mr. Siniša Šešum, who is the head of UNESCO office in Bosnia and Herzegovina, to greet and address our participants.
Good morning. Thank you, Hanna. Esteemed Minister Kushi, Minister of Education and Sports of Albania, esteemed Minister Hota Muminovic, Minister of Education of Sarajevo Canton, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear partners, colleagues, and friends. As you may hear already, my name is Siniša Šešum. I'm head of UNESCO office in Bosnia and Herzegovina, which is part of the Regional Bureau for Science and Culture in Europe. And it is my great pleasure and honor to welcome you all today on behalf of UNESCO to our regional Southeast European Conference on Media and Information Literacy. Let me start by highlighting that this conference is organized within the overall framework of the EU-funded project Building Trust in Media in Southeast Europe and Turkey Phase 2, and we wish to sincerely thank the European Union for their continued support to advance media and information literacy in our region. As most you might know, UNESCO and European Union have embarked on an ambitious project to strengthen media and information literacy skills of the citizens, and in particular of the youth of the region. And I'm very glad to see so many representatives of our youth represented here today as speakers, participants, or journalists reporting on our conference, such as the Southeastern European Youth Newsroom. A special welcome to all of you. The choice of today to have our regional conference is not accidental. Next week, UNESCO is celebrating its 10th Media and Information Literacy Week under the theme Media and Information Literacy for the Public Good. Promoting information as a public good has been a call of UNESCO at 2021 World Press Freedom Day to acknowledge the challenges faced by media sector in a context where the viability of the news media has significantly worsened, and in a context where internet companies continue to be criticized for making profits out of flows of content that relay big volumes on dissemination and on disinformation and the hate speech. The availability of journalism is increasingly mediated by these companies, but without them prioritizing its distinctiveness and importance within the wider context. In these times of unprecedented flows of information and disinformation, people risk being confused for citizens everywhere to develop and reinforce their skills and knowledge to make informed judgments and decisions and critically engage in sustainable development, for which information as a public good is indispensable. Equally important is citizens' knowledge of their own rights to freedom of expression and the importance of the role of the journalist for the production of reliable information. Therefore, capacity building is needed for each individual to contribute to and benefit from the information and communication opportunities. UNESCO aggregates these specific knowledge and skills under the banner of the media and information literacy. Since we are celebrating this year the 10th anniversary of UNESCO Global Media Information Literacy Week, it is a good moment for us to take a stock of the key developments that have taken place in the past decade, and notably for our region. And it is my hope that today's conference will help us better understand what has been done and what still needs to be done in the days to come. This period has been a turning point in the recognition of the urgency to promote media and information literacy for all, and the COVID-19 crisis has been another accelerator. The need for MIL integration in formal education is increasingly recognized by authorities in their policies and strategies. We will have the pleasure to hear from some of educational ministries of our region today, but there is also different approaches and experience from which we will hear about in the first panel. We will, for instance, hear from some of beneficiaries of UNESCO work and its partners to pilot MIL curriculum in selected schools of Albania and Bosnia and Herzegovina. Internet companies, the media, they are also placing more interest on the MIL skills needed to help audiences understand the distinctiveness of the quality of the journalism, the risk of conspiracy theories, the techniques, and advertising. This will be discussed at our today afternoon session. The number of MIL projects in our region has been multiplied over the year. We should welcome that. What we need now is more synergies and integration of these different projects, ensuring that outcomes and tools developed are benefiting to most citizens of our region. This is why UNESCO has recently launched a new regional MIL platform, which will be presented to you later on. Please feel free to engage with us and ask the questions in the chat or on Twitter, and please be engaged during the entire conference. I wish you a very fruitful conference, and once more, I'm really sorry for not being with you today in the room because I'm presently in confinement. Thank you once more.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shashum. As you've already said, it would be our great pleasure to see all of our participants engaging in the content that will be shared during the whole conference. So we strongly encourage you to use the chat, the Q&A button, to give your comments, to ask questions, and to participate as much as possible in this form of our conference. Now, we will obviously be enjoying all of the beauties of working online, so in case you experience any technical issues, don't worry, we will be ready to wait for your connection to get stable. As Mr. Shashum said, the period behind us, the COVID pandemic, has basically shown us how important media and information literacy is for people of all generations, not only youth, but also the elderly ones, because we now see how strongly it affects different dimensions of life, speaking of health, security, gain of information, and other aspects of society functioning that we have witnessed in the last year and more. The recent period has definitely been a turning point, and this is an event that will take into consideration this dimension as well. We will begin our conference with the first panel named Strategies and Policies panel, where we will discuss different forms of integrating media and information literacy into formal education and how to enable sustained integration within the institutional framework. Our panelists today are Ms. Nejda Hota Mominovic, who is the Minister of Education of Sarajevo Canton, and joining us through Zoom we have Ms. Savis Kushi, who is the Minister of Education and Sports of Albania, and Mr. Emir Vajzovic, who is an Associate Professor at Faculty of Political Sciences, University of Sarajevo. I want to thank you all for being a part of this conference today, and I would like to begin with a question for you, Mr. Hota. Speaking from the context of Bosnia and Herzegovina and Sarajevo Canton, has the COVID-19 pandemic kind of been an accelerator for promoting media and information literacy in formal education, or was this already a priority?
I'm not really sure. Hello to everyone, first of all. I'm not really sure whether the pandemic has accelerated anything. It just showed how deep the crisis in terms of media and information literacy is, not only here, but all around the world. Dealing with evidence, scientific achievement, and the truth itself has never been such a challenge. Promoting it, bringing it forth, and fostering, I would say, confidence in proper information has always been a challenge, but it has really showed now during the pandemic how deep it is and how a powerful and important task it is for everyone who deals with media, information literacy, and who delivers information on a global scale. So it's not only about the media who share information and deliver information. It is also about all different platforms, all different means of communication, and what has been accelerated is communication itself. So I believe that by promoting an objective approach to events, to information, promoting evidence-based decisions, promoting a way how to address the vox populi, if you wish, I think it is among the greatest challenges. Someone once said that the opinion is the weakest form of information. So I believe that what we deal here now, what we live here, is a crisis of ideas, is a crisis of information. And it really results in all different other forms of crisis in the society.
So where do we stand in addressing these challenges in Bosnia and Herzegovina and Canton Sarajevo, to be more specific?
We do have to promote a pluralistic society, a society in a context of a public space being shared with all the participants and having equal opportunities to take part in the public space itself. This is one issue. Another issue would be to promote responsibility towards being present in the public era. This specific responsibility is both individual and collective. And where are we? I'm not sure. So this responsibility is under a big question mark. I would say that both professionals and laymen are not really aware of the power words and information can produce.
Yes, and we have witnessed this power, especially in the last period, where we see it's not only now a question of how we experience, I don't know, political or social moments. We see that it now affects our health, our safety, the way, basically, you know, even to the point where it might affect the question of life. Now, speaking of media and information literacy being something that obviously is in a lack. I mean, we lack it definitely as a society here in the Western Balkans, but as well in general we see that the need for media and information literacy is raising. Whether, from your point of view, is formal education the right address to begin this process of educating?
Of course, as mathematical skills are important, it is very important to develop proper skills in terms of critical thinking and decision making. And I believe that we still did not move very far away from an educational background that really belongs to the 20th century still, and we are already deep in the 21st century. What we have here is still a very old and pattern of teaching and pattern of learning that is really still focused on mere information and developing a proper attitude towards information. This is the highest level of being an educator and educating students. And in order to do so, we have to have very skilled teachers who know their job, and teachers who are well educated themselves in terms of critical thinking and in terms of delivering tasks that would produce such skills. I believe that we do have many things to do, and talking about a strategy, talking about an action plan, talking about how to implement the aims of developing critical thinking skills with every student. I think this is a really very challenging task, but it needs to be done. Otherwise, you know, if we talk about having the proper objective approach and having the ability to think critically and to get objective information, this is really among the sets of human rights. And it is probably the non-material human right. But, you know, it is equally important as being free. So it is equally important as having the right to work, to get educated. So I believe if we consider it as a set, as an item in the set of human rights, then probably we will redefine the whole strategy.
My question, kind of to put this in a specific context of formal education, will be, given that we already know, especially now during the pandemic and with the school being online and a lot of things that have been affecting the way knowledge is being transferred today, what would be the optimal ways of integrating MIL into formal education, given the number of subjects that already exist, the attention that is basically through time getting lower, the range of attention of young people that is getting lower through time, how to address everything you've just spoke about, but to manage to incorporate it into the existing frames of formal education? Well,
if we consider the MIL, media information literacy, as a human right, among the set from the human rights, and if we develop it to a level of a lifestyle, then it cannot be a subject. It's not a school subject to be taught for 1 year or 2 years. It is something that needs to be integrated in every subject. So it is a cross-curricular activity, basically. Anything that we want to achieve in terms of developing a certain lifestyle with our students needs to be done from the methodological point of view through every subject. And this is very important. And every subject has a specific area how to implement critical thinking skills, how to develop them, and how to develop the specific responsibility that I've already mentioned of delivering information and receiving information, because it's not only about giving information in the space, in the public space, it's also about achieving and accepting the level of how and when do we really get information, which information, how does it shape our attitude, etc.
Thank you very much for all of your answers, Minister Hota.
Thank you.
Now I would like to ask Minister Kushi on her thoughts of the topic. What is the current state of media and information literacy in Albania? What are the challenges that young people in formal education, but other generations as well, are facing when it comes to accepting or implementing basically the skills of critical thinking, of media and information literacy in their daily lives? Has the pandemic as well shown how much we do need this skill to, at this point, be able to, well, it might be a little dramatic to say to survive, but at this point we definitely need the skill to be able to differ what brings benefit to our health and what might bring harm?
Honorable ministers, dear colleagues, I'm really honored to participate in this meeting and to have the opportunity to share our views, policies, and experiences on a very important topic, such as media and information literacy. I think there are many reasons why we're all here in this meeting, but I would mention only 3 of them, which I believe are really very important. The first reason is, of course, the ever-changing local, regional, and global reality, where the development of technology has created a new world, the digital world, which is progressing very fast, creating new opportunities for children and young adults to foster their knowledge and creative skills. But on the other hand, this digital information world has increased the risks that children and young adults are facing in their upbringing. Therefore, it is of great importance for them to be well informed through trustworthy and reliable sources in order to make good decisions and solve problems in their everyday life. The second reason, which is closely linked with both our present reality and the future vision, is our mission of education, which is preparing young generation for the labor market, creating opportunities for them to master the necessary competencies and skills. And it is of greatest responsibility as policymaker, not only to know the changing reality we are living in, but also to anticipate the future trends of life. Only in this way, we can support the young generation in embracing the positive future changes and using the online world as a tool for their own empowerment through gaining knowledge, skills, attitudes, and behaviors for living a healthy and responsible life. We are absolutely sure and confident that this approach could only be ensured through qualitative education. And the third reason for being here today is our common and strong commitment to successfully fulfilling our education mission. Having this in mind, we have already designed a national strategy for media and information literacy. And an important step is, of course, the work done by Quality Assurance Agency for Pre-University Education, ASCAP, in designing a teacher training program on this topic. Media and information literacy is already part of our pre-university education national strategy, which will create and assure the right conditions to make it part of the teaching and learning process starting from an early age. During the recent years, there have been initiatives and continuous efforts that helped pave the way of making media and information literacy a priority and sustainable education policy at national level. But COVID-19 pandemic situation sped up this process. We are more than convinced that media and information literacy is the new dimension which will help the younger generation shape their characters and strengthen their competencies for democratic culture. Therefore, we consider it as a great educational, moral, and legal obligation towards younger generation. As Minister of Education and Sports in Albania, I take this opportunity today to thank in particular Albanian Media Institute for the long and continuous cooperation with the ministry and for its great efforts to make media and information literacy both part of the educational policy and part of the sustainable educational and teaching practices in schools. I would also like to emphasize the attention we give to the cooperation with all the actors of public institutions and civil society, striving to make education an issue for all the society. The participation in this meeting of representatives from countries in the region is a clear example of not only our common aims and goals in the field of education, but also of our need to share our experiences and best practices to reach them. This is not a new cooperation, in fact, that has started now, but a long-standing cooperation, which has already given its positive results in the field of education and beyond. The initiative of media and information literacy is the result of our continuous cooperation and collaboration with UNESCO. More specifically, it comes after the extraordinary joint work carried out for the analysis of the education system in Albania and the recommendations given for the educational reform in Albania. Albania Education Policy Review Issues and Recommendations is a joint publication of UNESCO and Albanian Institute for Education Development, today ASCAP, which serves as a reference point and a programmatic document for the educational reform in Albania. The project of media and information literacy is a new cooperation between the Ministry of Education and Sport and UNESCO through Albanian Media Institute, which is being successfully implemented by ASCAP. It aims at training all teachers in the field of media and information literacy. A curriculum and teacher training modules developed by UNESCO stay, of course, at the core of the project. The first phase is piloting the modules in 20 schools, where teachers of all subjects are being trained, observed, and supported in their teaching practices. The second phase will be training the leaders of professional networks for all subjects. And the final aim is, of course, reaching all the students in all the schools of Albania. Finally, I'd like to express our readiness and commitment to make media and information literacy part of the educational process in all levels of pre-university education in Albania. A full picture will be when media and information literacy will be included in the tertiary education, where the new teachers are prepared. We all are aware of the difficulties and the challenges of this process. This is the reason why we started with the piloting phase, to measure the readiness of our education system and decide on the future steps to make media and information literacy part of the teacher training scheme, as well as part of the national curriculum framework. We want to progress slowly but surely, and we hope that our experience will help us, as well as countries in the region, to analyze all the problems, difficulties, and challenges, and make good decisions for solving problems in the future. Wishing you successful conference and all the best. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Minister Kushi, for sharing the experience of Albania, but also emphasizing something that will be an important dimension of this conference, and that is the different roles of different stakeholders and the importance of all of them working together, sharing a common goal, and that is giving the needed space to media and information literacy in the educational systems. We also, as I said at the beginning, have Mr. Emir Vajzovic today here with us on this panel, who is an associate professor at the Faculty of Political Sciences. Now, the Institute for Social Research at the Faculty of Political Sciences has been working for 6 years now together with UNESCO to find different strategies to promote MIL in Bosnia and Herzegovina. What are the main impressions of these experiences? Let's begin with, do people understand the importance of MIL? Do they feel like it is a skill, or it is the knowledge that they need to have?
Thank you for your question, and greetings to all participants here in the UN building and all the viewers globally through Zoom platform. Very happy to be here, and very excited to hear esteemed ministers of education with their vision and wisdom of how necessary media information literacy is. This is the crucial first step in kind of achieving our ultimate goal, is to implement media information literacy as an umbrella and key competence in society that has undergone digital transformation, and which implies informed and educated citizen as proactive member of society with drives to be towards the society based on knowledge and to promote human rights and democratic discourse. The answer to your question can be very simple, and it's no. It's not really clear to, unfortunately, most of people how important media information literacy is. There are few reasons for this. It will be too long to enter into this process, but I can say what we have done so far in order to demystify all the concepts and approaches in media information literacy. As you said, we are now in our 6th year of very dedicated, painstaking focus on understanding and developing methods to approach and integration of media information literacy in education, but in general in society. As you say, and I'm very glad that this conference is titled Media Information Literacy as Public Good, but also as a common good that we have to develop it. So far, we have been developing our approach to 3, let's say, key corner pillars. Research and development, very rigorous academic excellence and science being put into publishing so far 4 books, 2 background papers, 5 position papers, total of, I asked my colleagues to calculate just for the sake of fun, we're talking about more than 1,000 pages of very detailed and precise analysis and solutions for how to integrate media information literacy. Among others, we have developed upgraded and custom-made curriculum for media information literacy education, which is published in one of our books I mentioned. We have done several empirical researches, a lot of focus groups, but also workshops with different target groups in order to listen. This part of listening is something that is rarely done, and we have listened to teachers, librarians, students of all levels, stakeholders, special interest groups, and as a result, we understood that second pillar, which is very important, is developing policies and strategies for sustainable and feasible integration of media information literacy. Why I emphasize this is because very often, as everything in digital society, also decision makers have to make quick impact and visible results. This is not really possible with the integration of media information literacy. That's why we need policy interventions that will be long-term sustainable and feasible in terms of investment and impact. So I'm very happy, and I have to extend my gratitude first to United Nations, especially UNESCO, for this long-term partnership and support, and then to all education authorities in Bosnia and Herzegovina, which have recognized importance of this and recognized our dedicated approach in partnering towards this very long process that is hopefully kind of now coming to a feasible solution. Actually, the optimal model that we have developed. We call it hybrid model of multi-stage integration. It's a concept which is relying on previous work of UNESCO in media information literacy, but specifically tailored for Bosnia and Herzegovina in 2021, with this idea to be, as I said, feasible and sustainable. We're talking about, yes, sorry.
Can we speak on a more specific level on this strategy in Sarajevo canton?
Yes. Well, thanks to this very long and fruitful cooperation with authorities in Canton Sarajevo, even though we have a turbulent political situation every now and then and often change of ministers, the idea is there and need to work on this together. So for the past 6 years already, we've been working on this, and now it's culminated in establishing the working group for drafting strategy of integrating media information literacy into educational system in Canton Sarajevo. Well, next Monday, in a few days, we have the consultations again in media information literacy strategies and policies in Bosnia and Herzegovina, where we'll present main goals and measures and discuss again with the key stakeholders on the best way forward. This is the third in the series. We have done this in 2018, 2020, and now this year, and hopefully we'll be submitting, which is our obligation by the decision, to submit the draft strategy to the ministry probably by the end of the month. And hopefully Canton Sarajevo government will adopt it very soon, and we'll be able to kind of move forward from there to this another milestone now, implementing it, which is hopefully something that will benefit everybody in educational system, but more importantly, everybody in the Bosnian and Herzegovinian society, which is the goal of all what we are doing.
Thank you very much, Professor Vajzovic. I'm going to fill in on what you just spoken and ask another question to Minister Hota Mominovic. I'm thinking how you defined, and I like that, how you defined the ability to develop critical thinking and the ability to have media and information literacy as a human right. Now, is it, looking at it from that perspective, is it an obligation of the Ministry of Education, not only yours, but all in Bosnia and Herzegovina, but other states as well in Southern and Eastern Europe? Is it your obligation, as well as the obligation of educational systems, schools, professors, teachers, to provide this human right, and how to do it in a sense that everybody gets well equipped and well taught?
The education itself has a very important role to help the individuals achieve their optimum in terms of development, and helping them move on and helping them be really the creators of circumstances. This can only come if they have the opportunity to consume all their rights, human rights. So defining media information literacy not only as a skill, but as a human right from the third generation of human rights is to be imposed as an obligation, as you said, through all decision-making processes. So everyone who has the responsibility to create policies, to make decisions, has to bear this in mind. So as a Minister of Education, I really see it that way. It is our duty, our common duty, to achieve such a stage of media information literacy as it is defined in the very title of this conference. So it is a public good. You know, like fresh air, like clean waters, it is a public good to be used, consumed, and recycled in a way, which means, again, that we have to develop responsibility with our students. And, you know, it is a very challenging issue. It really comes together with many other pedagogical issues, like developing a non-violent society and circumstances for everyone to be completely integrated in the process. I think as a society, in terms of the degree of violence being present in our society, all sorts of violence, we have so much work to do. And it all comes together. So distributing misinformation, misconcepts is a form of violence, basically.
Thank you. Thank you. I really do like the analogies you make in providing a closer understanding of how important it is to integrate MIL into formal education. Now back to you, Professor Vajzovic. Could you give us some insight on the piloting process of teacher training to pilot MIL curricula that was developed in the project Building Trust in Media?
The concept and approach for piloting was developed to the process I've explained, and total of 1,300 people were involved in process of developing this model, among which more than 50 university professors and experts from all Bosnia and Herzegovina and the region. And we have done this in several phases, smaller scale to larger one. As the focus of our hybrid model of multi-stage integration is the position of library and librarians as a focal point that can be a multiplier subject in working in horizontal and vertical integration of media information literacy, which means, as Minister pointed out, it should not be a separate core subject. We have to embrace the challenges that digital transformation and new age of digital learning has brought us, and work on cross-curriculum competencies and professional cooperation within the school to open, having in mind constructive pedagogy approach of making open classroom actually open school to involve experience and learning through research or guided inquiry design methodology, as we have found solution. Piloting so far we have done through several workshops in different schools a few years back, then in one primary school in Canton Sarajevo last year, and now we are working across Bosnia and Herzegovina, focused on three educational systems in Canton Sarajevo, HNK Canton, and Republika Srpska, working at the first stage with librarians, going through our modules of curriculum, and strengthening librarians to almost reinvent themselves, actually to be what their initial design is to be, organization and providing of information and knowledge within their surroundings. Next stage, we'll be working with teachers in this professional cooperation together with librarian throughout all core subjects or curriculum that will then benefit the entire community to improve their media information literacy skills, but also to empower them to be, as I said, the ultimate goal, proactive citizens in society, which have already undergone the digital transformation. There are a few elements that I have to emphasize how we designed this to work. One of them is embracing new phenomenon, actually new approach in introducing digital dynamic learning objects. Basically, digital learning tools and content that can be regularly updated, improved, because already now, once you publish a book, a textbook especially, it's already outdated. And we need to use open educational resources as a platforms for these key learning tools within the system. Next one is as a method which is specially designed for improving information literacy and widely tested by authors in United States and around the world, some modified version of guided inquiry design. Actually learning through research, basically, that community of teachers, librarians, with students would work on improving their skills and knowledge continuously. Yes.
Yeah, I want to make a link. You mentioned librarians, and it is a good thing that we will have one as a panelist in one of our panels who will share the experience of this kind of remodeling of their role, making it not anymore a traditional librarian role, but now giving them new skills and new knowledge which they can transfer on to young people. But also, I would like to know what is the progress with the strategy on the state level? What is your role when it comes to the process, including the Ministry of Civil Affairs of Bosnia and Herzegovina?
Well, thank you for that question. The process is nowhere to be found for obvious reasons. I mean, which is beyond science, research, and academic work. It's mainly political. Therefore, we have little influence on this process. But I can say that before the let's say, political lockdown, in 2018, we had great progress with Ministry of Civil Affairs, but also Ministry of Communications, Ministry of Security, Communications Regulatory Agency of Bosnia and Herzegovina, all entity and cantonal ministries, where already in 2018 we came to understanding of importance of media information literacy and how proceed forward. Unfortunately, from that point on, there was little, let's say, activity on the state level in making this state priority.
Well, not so good news. But if we, yeah, not good news at all. But if we put things into perspective, as we did through this panel, perceiving MIL as human rights, it is something that should be a political priority as well. So yeah, let's keep all of our fingers crossed that that will change. Now, Minister Hota Mominovic, I'm now considering, for example, through my formal education, I did not have a specific subject, MIL, and it kind of, basically any knowledge transferring on critical thinking, or at that phase MIL, which was not as popular as a concept as it is now, it all was dependent on a teacher, on a professor, whether they will do it or not. They were not obligated in any way to do it. And now I'm thinking, yeah, we relied on non-formal education mostly. And now I'm thinking, if we do not provide these new generations of young people with these skills, where are we heading?
Well, it's a chaotic society if you don't have a proper, let's say, code of communication. And it really is about raising the awareness of how important it is to educate young people. But as I mentioned previously, we first have to educate and professionally develop our teachers too. It should never be left to individual efforts. So among the professional catalog of all the skills a teacher should possess is also being able to teach media and information literacy. I'm talking here about a standardization process which should guarantee equality in the end. And here in Canton Sarajevo, we are in the middle of an educational reform. And I believe that we will have to define this component. So it's the teacher's catalog and all the professional skills a teacher should have. So by defining this catalog of skills with our teachers and professionally develop them as here we already had examples of such projects, It should never be only project-based. It is good to inspire and be inspired by projects, but it has to be the official agenda of the educational reform. We are developing now an institute for the development of pre-university education. It is an institute, an agency, the proper place to in an institutionalized way, develop the education reform. Once we have defined this framework of how to professionally develop teachers, librarians, school principals, and even parents, I think we will make the best impact with our students too.
Well, those are encouraging messages, and I hope that these dimensions that are highly important for the society, but the consumers, the youth, students as well, will be able to quickly find place in the educational reform which is ahead of us. And Professor Vajzovic, maybe to kind of wrap it up and end this session with, I would like to hear your impression on, you had a lot of experience with transferring this media and information literacy knowledge to different stakeholders, different members of different societies, different parts of society. And what interests me is when we put it on a practical level, not only speaking in phrases or terms, what does having MIL as a skill, what does it mean in daily life, and what does not having it also mean in daily life?
Well, that's the bottom line which we want to achieve. Daily use of media information literacy is a key competence that we have to have throughout our roles in a day, week, or life. I have to say that media information literacy is seen as also a key agent in implementing UN Agenda 2030 development goals. Without empowered citizens that are empowered with the competence of media information literacy, all those initiatives in implementing Agenda 2030 will be fruitless, I mean, basically. And what Minister Munbic-Hota pointed out, we have to make a stimulative framework within educational system that will be as the principal guidelines for all teachers, librarians, and school principals to want to work in raising the skills. What does it mean in daily life? It means, well, the question you have asked just previously, what is the development of strategies and generally discussion of media information literacy on state level. It will mean that citizens will be able to understand why those elected officials are not working in their best interests. They will know how to assess this information, how to use it, and how to make the best decision for the next elections and within the election cycles. They will be empowered to be active citizens, active participants within the civil society. They will be able to discuss among each other's challenges and interests they have, being able to articulate it towards the right individuals and institutions who are responsible for its implementation. They will understand their rights and freedoms and fight for it. So this means the active, proactive citizen, which is not just a manipulative object, but active subject, which is fighting for his dignity and better society for everybody.
Thank you very much, Professor Vajzovic. Thank you, Minister Hota Muminovic, and of course, thank you, Minister Kushi, all of you for being a part of this panel. Now, to conclude, when speaking of media and information literacy, we are obviously speaking as well about democracy, about the rule of law, about human rights, about about different pillars that make a society functional or dysfunctional. So having this in mind, in all of the countries of the Southeast Europe, we do hope to have an increase in the availability of learning skills about media and information literacy, we also need to have a stable political will and the will of people leading the educational institutes to incorporate this in different ways into formal education. Media and information literacy obviously defines the way we perceive social and political dynamics in our society, but it also defines the way we understand everything that happens around us, and that is something we all have a right to understand correctly. So I would like to thank you all for your attention for this first panel. We will have just a short couple minutes switch, and in the next minutes you will be witnessing launching a Southeastern Europe Media Information Literacy platform by our colleagues who will be here in a couple of minutes. So please stay with us here on Zoom, and thank you for your attention so far.
Jeden, dva, tri. Dobar dan svima, dakle kao što je moderatorica Hana najavila, dakle nastavljamo sa
Hello everybody, as the moderator Hana announced, we have the presentation, short presentation of platforms in this session. First of all, I would like to say hello to everybody, around. My name is Borislav Vukojević, I'm here, the national consultant for UNESCO, and my task will be in the next 6-7 minutes to present to you the platform simil.org. Please show the platform on the screen. I would like to explain, as you look at it, I would like to explain the idea behind such a site. We did not want to make 100 sites that will be dealing with similar things, but we wanted for stakeholders and people who are involved in media literacy have a view of what is the situation in the region, the problems of media and information literacy. So we tried in this hard work of interactive maps and generally gathering data from Southeast Europe. We created this state of play. What is the current state of situation in Eastern Europe and Turkey? The target group of this project of building trust in media. So the focus of this platform, if we can go back to the beginning, is this interactive map. What does it offer? When you click on certain areas, region, you have, and we can see it now, you have this pop-up with a summary of what is being done in this project. And when we click on read more, we have a page for each country separately. What's going on now in details, what is going on now with links, with project proposals, which are beneath our, which are outside of our project. We didn't want to offer what we are doing, but offer what other stakeholders are doing in the region. So the sense of such a publication of this type of content, when somebody does a project in countries of Southeastern Europe and wants to do certain things, our task or our idea was for some of them, an individual from academy, get into this site to look to see what is going on. What's the situation now? Do we need to spend resources and time on things that have already been done? What do we need to focus on? What target groups? So we don't want it to be directed toward general population. Our goal was to make several projects to offer these links, and when somebody wants to do these project activities, it's not that somebody is defending or preventing them from doing things. If somebody wants to make these things in order, in strategic order, maybe certain things are not good. So we started and wanted to offer something completely new when we deal with media and in information literacy, with accent on formal and informal education. This is a list that we follow continually, and it will be changed every month in sense of what is going on. I will also mention something else. I can't hear. I'm sorry, I cannot hear. Yeah. So with video content here on the top, when you talk about MIL resources in the main menu, we have this emphasized MIL sources where we tried, this is just the beginning, we tried to offer to all these target groups whether it's young people or parents or decision makers, to offer them a research of resources in their languages. These resources exist on different sites, in different places. We try to put them in one place. If somebody wants to deal with this problem, they can go through tags or keywords or through this menu, look for strategies, materials, and everything that is needed for this to be researched. And as you can see in the front page, if we can go to the front page, the goal is for all the regions that are included in this project, which we see in the right-hand side, have their version on local languages, their platform that will go deeper into this topic. So this is a good occasion for me to talk about Bosnia and Herzegovina, and my colleague Lea Cengic will present such a page that is dedicated to Bosnia and Herzegovina. Please, Leila. Thank you, Borislav. Good morning to everybody. My name is Lea Cengic. I am the head of content and media literacy department in the regulatory agency for communication. It had been active some 13 years, and we are probably the first institution that began using this term and implementing it into certain activities and documents. Our strategic plan until 2021 includes establishment of such a portal. I would like to emphasize, we said this morning, that improvement of media literacy is our individual and institutional obligation. So the regulators in the media have a very important role throughout Europe, and there are also certain legal obligations getting out of this directive of media services, and Council of Europe that is talking about through regulators working on the media literacy. The platform that I'm honored to present today, and I'm very proud of our cooperation with UNESCO in the last year. This idea has existed for a while, and we were thinking how to structurally make it in order for it to respond to our needs. So people who work in formal and informal sector in education of children, young and other categories of population. It is some certain national portal with different resources, before all for educators, but we have a corner with especially special materials for children and a section for experts in this area, where we have different strategic documents, research.
Yes, we have a special section with research, analysis, and strategies targeting media and information literacy experts. As you can see, our section Media Themas and Dilemmas contains various topics. Some of them are related to traditional media, such as television and radio, print media and online media, but we also included a significant materials on new media, or the most popular media for young people and teenagers, such as video sharing platforms, social networks, video games. We have also special sections dedicated to advertising or commercial communications, disinformation, screen time, or digital parenting, tips for parents on parenting in the digital age, and also some resources from our partners on the film literacy. As we are a convergent regulator, we have conducted several different activities in cooperation also with the International Telecommunications Union on online safety in the past period. And in our section, Better and Safer Internet, Can you please show the section Better and Safer Internet? We have some materials on inappropriate content, protection of privacy, unwanted contenting, and also some suggestions on positive content on the internet, and communication and collaboration tools such as the Zoom platform, which we are using right now. So our idea was to have a national platform which is not project-based, but a long-term resource, which will offer to our partners from different institutions and NGOs we are working with in Bosnia and Herzegovina a space for their resources, their materials to stay there for a long time, you know, for not for eternity, but it's not a project-based, it will not disappear in 2 years' time, so to say. Another important part of our work is coordinating the activities of different stakeholders. As said, we have also our informal network of institutions and organizations active in this field, and we are trying to coordinate our activities and also to point out on which topics we do not have materials at this moment. And to develop them together. For the next year, we are planning also to focus a little bit more on adults, not only to target children and young people, which is who are main target groups for different middle initiatives. And I would like to use this opportunity to invite you to check also the information on this website on our Media and Information Literacy Days campaign, which will start next week, which will take place next week, and also to join us at the presentation of a study conducted on adults' media habits in Bosnia and Herzegovina to find more about the challenges adults are facing in the new digital environment. So once again, thank you, Vladislav, thank you, Sinisha, big thanks to UNESCO for supporting us in the creation of this platform, and thanks to all of our partners from different parts of Bosnia and Herzegovina who are contributing to the quality, to the resources on the platform itself. So that's it.
hybrid events. Thank you for your patience. We will now be moving on with the conference. We are now going to be delivering the second panel named Media and Information Literacy on the Ground, Implementing Approaches, Strategies, and Action Plans. We will be having a great number of panelists who will offer us insights in their experiences, in the projects, initiatives they've implemented, all with a common goal to recognize MIL as a public good. Our panelists today will be Ms. Biljana Petkovska, who is the director of the Macedonian Institute for Media, Mr. Astrid Dautaj from the Agency for Quality Assurance in Pre-University Education, Ms. Anita Sokol, who is a researcher at the Media Center Sarajevo, Ms. Božana Jelušić, who is a literature and media literacy professor in Montenegro, and Ms. Amina Abdullahović, who is an expert associate advisor and librarian. As you can basically get an insight from the names and the titles I've just told you, we will be kind of continuing with the flow of the information that we got and discussed during the first panel. Once again, I encourage you all to take participation in the capacities that Zoom offers us, and that's in a way to write your comments, questions, or any interventions you might have during our panel, questions for panelists, or any kind of remarks you might have. So use the chat, use the Q&A button, and of course use the interpretation button if you need translation during the panel. Now I would like to begin with a question for Anita Sokol, who is today here with us in the UN building. And could you, for beginning, please, Anita, summarize how have you been working on media and information literacy?
First of all, thank you for the invitation, and I want to greet all the participants and listeners. So in Media Center Sarajevo, we have really numerous activities focused on media and information literacy. So we base basically our activities on three parts. One is research, then the second is education, and the third one is advocacy and raising awareness among the general public. So when it comes to research, so a Media Center, I think, was the first civil society organization that published the first book on media literacy. So it was in 2005, where we gave a background. It was a collection of research studies about media information literacy from diverse authors, so focused on topics such as how to define media and information literacy, and then going to why it is important to introduce media information literacy into schools. Since then, we've really focused on diverse issues in our research, so from education to research on media consumption habits of young people and their reactions to problematic media content. In 2019, we published research on media information literacy and civil society, so what civil society organizations have been doing so far in terms of media and information literacy activities, and really numerous things have been done. However, the main conclusion was that these activities are time limited and usually urban centered and centered on youth, and we really need strategic approaches to media information literacy. We did also during the same year we published a study on media and information literacy of young people. So we wanted to see through focus groups how young people react to problematic media content, and one of the main conclusions was that yes, they are aware of the problems. However, when it comes to identifying specific issues in problematic media content, their skills there are not that developed. On the other hand, and we base our educational activities on recommendations, so we do a lot of educational activities for journalists, for trainers of media information literacy, and then also for the general public. So one very popular, I would say, activity were youth camps on media information literacy, where young people not only learn about disinformation, verification of information, but they also learn how to be journalists, how to film, how to edit videos, how to write articles, because, and this is what experience has taught us, that some of the best ways how to teach young people about all the issues and problematic media content is really to show them what is the work of journalists, how to produce professional media content. And then we also try to implement introduce different approaches and also different target groups. So, for example, in recent year, we have been working with the concept of media information literacy for families and for children. So, recently we did, for example, an activity where we take museums as a place where young people and children really can learn about and develop their critical thinking, so they can ask questions. Why such an exhibition was placed? What is the meaning of the content? What is the meaning of the message? Some of the main questions when it comes to media information literacy. And finally, we do raising awareness and advocacy events, really trying to influence and show the importance of MIL to the public. So, for example, through our website, media.ba, we try to follow all the issues in the media sector, so to write articles and analysis about problematic media content, from disinformation to I don't know, propaganda, all the issues that are that we are facing currently in the media sector, and also always trying to emphasize what is professional media reporting, because I think that, you know, by focusing only on disinformation and showing people that, you know, we are the media content is packed with problematic media content, we really have the public that distrusts the media completely. So we really have always to go back to the basics, show what is professional media content, and show that there are also good examples when it comes to media reporting. So this is just in a nutshell. Yes, later.
Yes, you obviously do a great amount of work. What is especially interesting to me is that, like, when we speak of media and information literacy, we often focus the main part of our attention on youth. Yes. And kind of the older generations who are, I feel like, in a bigger lack of these skills and knowledges are often left behind, and yet they are such an important part of our society. So the project with the museums, including families, I think is a great way to incorporate other generations besides children and young people as well. You also worked on a project, Media for Citizens, Citizen for Media, and it has recently come to its end. What were the main experiences, and what were the main lessons that you've learned from this project?
Well, in that project, it was a regional project, and we looked at, the aim was to raise media information literacy skills and initiatives focused on civil society organizations. So it included countries Bosnia and Herzegovina, Serbia, Montenegro, North Macedonia, and Albania. So one of the main conclusions were, on one hand, that school systems are very rigid when it comes to new trends. So it's very difficult in all of the countries of the region to introduce new approaches, new trends when it comes to teaching media information literacy. But on the other hand, what this project showed is that we have really a great number of enthusiasts, I would say, teachers, also policymakers, stakeholders, who are really keen and interested to introduce and advance media information literacy in their societies. It also shows that the power of civil society organizations. Within the project, numerous really activities have been held, and also we did training of civil society organization representatives on media and information literacy. It really shows that the civil sector is very powerful. It can do numerous activities, and it could show results, because the project at the end, it was a long project. It included different stakeholders, different organizations, and it really showed that we can as civil society organizations, we can do successful things. So on the one hand, the project had the component of advocacy. So within the project, coalitions, so MIL coalitions and media information coalitions were formed within the countries whose aims were to prepare recommendations and advance them, do advocacy among stakeholders. So some of the good results were, for example, in Montenegro, based on these recommendations, the Ministry of Education said that from 2022-23, they will introduce MIL elective subjects in primary schools. In Albania, for example, one of the recommendations was to provide media information literacy for non-journalism students, because what we saw that often the main problem is that we lack teachers who are skilled to teach media information literacy. Then, as I mentioned, there were numerous really training activities for civil society organizations and grants given to civil society organizations to prepare initiatives on media information literacy. I think that there were like 600 civil society representatives took part in these different training courses, these different initiatives, and 40 civil society organizations were given grants, and they really had good proposals and good initiatives. For example, one civil society organization in Bosnia and Herzegovina, Humanity in Action, through this grant they prepared young people prepared game boards, so that can be on media information literacy, that can be used as a resource in education. And this is also one of the main parts of that project, but also of our work, is to give resources, because as we heard often, we lack resources, especially resources in local languages. So these initiatives were very innovative, and we try to capacitate other civil society organizations to deal with media information literacy. And finally, there was maybe my favorite part of the project, is the awareness raising campaign. We're again going back to my first part, our first part of the discussion, where professional journalists in a very large, I would say, campaign that was distributed through different channels. We're saying about professional journalism, so about their profession, about the importance of following professional standards in journalism. So, and another thing is that we also try to bring journalists into schools, because again, this is a very good method of teaching young people about media information literacy and about the work of journalists, because they're very interested. So I think that also one of the main results was that there is really a huge interest also from young people, from diverse stakeholders, and from civil society organizations in these topics.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sokol. Now, these enthusiasts that you mentioned us, and the educational system that tends to be a bit rigid, I think these are the people who need to invest a lot of their energy together with different stakeholders to kind of soften up the educational system a bit and to provide an open door for MIL to enter the formal education. I would now like to ask a question for Mr. Astrid Dautai, who is joining us through Zoom, who I already said is a representative of the Agency for Quality Assurance in Pre-University Education, speaking to us from Albania. Now, we have heard at the beginning of the conference some experiences from Albania when it comes to MIL, informal education. And my question for you would be, what is the approach you have taken to pilot MIL, informal education, in Albania? Could you give us a little update on where you stand today as regarding of this piloting?
Media and information, it's a part of our curriculum of citizenship education. It's addressed under the perspective of human rights and law. It's also part of the subject sociology, which is taught in high school, gymnasium. And let's say the perspective of media as a general information about media and all what is related to that. But when we speak about media and information literacy, it goes far beyond this issue. And this small framework that it's addressed in the curricular and the teaching and learning process. So it's in the right time that now we are facing this huge challenge. Okay, now it's okay. I have to try to change the way, and I'm not sure whether no clear sound. What about now? Okay, let me try this way. Can I will keep this? It's better. Okay, let me try. Regarding what we have done in the framework of this project, piloting media and information literacy in our schools. First, as the minister said, we chose 20 pilot schools from basic education and from high school. And within these schools, we chose all the teachers, not only social studies teachers, but teachers of all subjects. And the second step is that we inform them or let them know about the curriculum developed by UNESCO. And after that, the modules developed in the framework of this project. In order to have their first feeling about the objectives of this, let's say, curricula for teacher training, and about the possibility to integrate it in the long term as part of the official or sustainable teacher training program for all teachers in Albania. And after that, let's say, having their opinion, not only of the teacher, but also the specialist, curriculum specialist of my institute, the Agency for Quality Assurance, the first idea was that the content was okay. It was needed. The objectives were all accepted. So nothing was, in a way, they didn't have any problems with the content of the whole curricula. It's writing in the right time, and it's part of what is needed today in our school system. It was made clear from the minister before. The second step was the modules. We translated the modules, and then we added another module, hate speech, and then presented to the same group of pilot teachers. So these were, there were 3-4 meetings, having them the possibility to be familiar with all materials. And in the end, again, I will try another. Okay, I'm using the computer, and let me.
Adjust everything. Recognized as a priority. Can you hear me? I have a question for Ms. Biljana Petkovska. Is she here with us at Zoom? Can you hear me, Ms. Petkovska? Yeah, I think you just need to unmute.
I'm not muted. Can you? Thank you very much. Do you hear me well now?
I cannot do that.
Okay, thank you. Greetings to all participants. It's a pleasure to be here on this panel. The state of play in North Macedonia currently is that unlike the fact that we used to be known as a country that produces a lot of fake news with international impact, as it was a couple of years ago, and was associated with the presidential elections in the United States. You all remember that. Now we are a place where, although there are a lot of fake news that are present, we have a lot of initiatives that are taking place across the country on various levels. still the most active player on the ground is the civil society. And there are a lot of activities that are taking place currently and in the last couple of years implemented by the civil society in cooperation with often with state institutions and with schools. When it comes to the presence of media literacy in the education, I can say that the MIL is there, although still not in a formal format, so to say. But that is about to happen very soon, and we will talk about that a bit later on. But I can say that currently the regulation provides that media literacy associated activities are part of a couple of subjects that are mandatory for basic and high school students on all levels, on all grades and levels. For example, subjects like native language, sociology, society, and civil society, they integrate content that is that belongs to what is called here media culture. So it's more on informative level, so to say, about various types of media and the content they provide. But I can say that thanks to the enthusiasm and the commitment of a relatively large group of professors from basic and high schools, we have an excellent examples to show of having media literacy being present in the schools, in the classrooms, with a lot of content, a lot of exercises, lecturings, networking nationally and internationally. And all of that is promising that slowly this topic is recognized among the, I would say, on more societal level. Lately, what is good is that the current government has publicly declared that they strongly support integration of media literacy in the formal education. And this has been highlighted in many official occasions on the very high ministerial level in the country. And as a result of that, we have recently started a big initiative for including media literacy in the formal education.
What will this project consist of? What will it draw any particular attention to?
Yes, the project is about youth, providing increased media literacy skills among youth. That is the first component, where we will work with the higher education system on national level. The second one is about increased application of youth media literacy skills, but more on a non-formal level. And the third one is about implementing MIL on higher education. The project is called YouThink. It will be implemented by the US-based organization RX, with support and local implementation of 3 distinguished local partners in Macedonia. It will have a very strong local ownership throughout the whole process. And basically, what we want to do here is to adapt a program that is designed by IREX and already implemented in 17 countries across the globe. We will work, we will try to make this program being localized and completely adapted to the needs and priorities of the Macedonian media education system and the education system in general.
Where things stand at this point and what will be further on work done in North Macedonia, and what you've said at the very end, taking local context into consideration, is extremely important in implementing different forms of MIL integration into different forms of education. Let's try to hear again from Mr. Astrid Dautai. Let's see if you have kind of removed the potential technical problems you might had. And we face them all. Don't you worry about them. It always happens when you need your equipment the most. It kind of fails you. Let's see if we can be able to hear you now. Mr. Dautai, can you hear me?
Can you hear me? Now, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, that's... MIL currently in Albania. Where do you stand at piloting of MIL in your schools?
Okay. Hi again. We selected the pilot schools. We selected all teachers in the pilot schools. It's more than 120 teachers involved in the process. And also all the curriculum specialists of the Agency for Quality Assurance are involved, all subject curriculum specialists. At the first stage, I'm mentioning again, we checked, or let's say we had to have the opinion of teachers regarding the curriculum and the modules and how they fit to their needs, and also to the possibility of having them integrated in the teaching and learning process. Now we are in the phase of training teachers, all teachers of the schools. In the first, we introduced the whole modules. We decided what are the activities that best serve the purpose of the training to meet the objectives. Because in the modules there's it's a long list of opportunities to develop, a lot of activities. So we chose what was best, or we thought that was best and doable in our system of education. And we finished the first round of training teachers with the module. Now we are in the phase of training them how to use the let's say what they have learned in the first training, how to use them in their learning process in three main elements. So to use media and information literacy as a source of information for let's say as a plus elements in terms of knowledge and in regarding textbooks as a source of information. But in order to do this, a lot of, let's say, skills are involved, because one of the weakest points in our education system is the ability of students and teachers, again, to go out and to research for information, and the skills related to this. The skills to identify sources, the skill to question authorities of different sources, the skills to analyze, let's say, everything that they have found. Information, it's not knowledge, so they have to find what best fit the curriculum requirements. So there is a long list of skills that have to do with life skills, with that in general is missing in our everyday life in schools or in the teaching and learning process, because normally we teach in the classroom, so this aspect of going out of the classroom and doing research, learning by research and by inquiry, this is a great opportunity for the teachers and students through this kind of education. And the second element is to use media and information literacy in a way to develop high order thinking skills. We know that when we develop the curricula, we freeze the reality. We enter our offices and based on our picture of the reality, we develop the curricula. But in the meantime, when we deliver the curricula after 6 months or 1 year, or we see that a lot of things have changed, because beyond this freezing of the reality, that we see that we miss the dynamism of real life. So from the very beginning, when we deliver the curricula, there is also the need to update the curricula, to update the textbook, which is not possible, and the minister just said it. So there is this need to bring the world to the classroom. This is not related only to to this situation, but it's always related to the education. We always criticize the fact that the textbooks are not, let's say, realistically representing the reality. Not everything that's happening there it's in the textbooks. And we also have this request from different organizations to put this in to add subject, even to add subject, to add ideas in the curriculum. So the best way to do this is through teachers. As long as we cannot change the curriculum or the textbooks, teachers are the only agents in this. So that's why we need good teachers. We need prepared teachers. We need teachers that have the knowledge and skills to bring the outer world into the classroom, and to better serve meeting let's say the outcomes of the curricula or the objectives of the curricula. And this is how we can use media and information literacy. For instance, actually we are doing the training of teachers, and we give some examples of them. Let's say dealing with the vaccines. In biology, they learned how vaccines are made and things. But recently, we know that a lot of new things happened, a lot of new ways of dealing with vaccines. So this is a possibility to help students, let's say, make research in the right ways, using the right sources, to learn more about the new processes that are happening regarding the vaccine. Beyond that, in the second dimension, we help them, or we invite them to research and identify what are some controversies regarding the vaccines, for instance. So, and what are some of the interpretation regarding the vaccines and all this that's happening today. So they have a possibility to see different viewpoints, to see differences in the way people see the world, lot of interest. And so we help them in a way even to deal with controversial issues. But in order to do this, the teacher himself should be prepared to deal with this. And that's why in a way, the pedagogy and the techniques that are part of the curriculum of media and information literacy, it was welcomed by the teachers, because they feel more safe in the teaching and learning process when they are able to deal with all, even if they are not prepared or if they are not familiar with the topic. At least the pedagogy will use them to deal with them without being, let's say, at the risk in a way, in bragging, because these are some of the fears of teachers, and this is why sometimes they are so reluctant in dealing with these controversies in the teaching and learning process. So, and the other let's say element that teachers are trained, it's if there is a controversy, if the students and teachers are able to deal with that, in the end they have to take a stand. They have to take to take it and defend an attitude using arguments, considering others' arguments. So this is a way of not only developing how the thinking skills, but students are invited also to creatively express themselves from media. So all these elements, using the media and information as a way of enriching the curricula and as a possibility to develop higher thinking skills, things, all this laid to them. And then as a way of expressing themselves, this should be part of the education system. And this is what we are trying to do in this phase of the piloting. How these three elements, main elements of media and information, let's say, literacy, are helpful in complementing what is, let's say, what is offered in school through the textbooks or through the teacher's experience, prior knowledge. It's a challenge. This is a challenge, but we will see how it will function, how effective it will be through the other process that is part of this project, monitoring and evaluating, measuring the effectiveness of this project. And this is where the main challenge is. In terms of evaluation, there is a model provided by UNESCO. There's a model when we distinguish three different levels of teacher performances in education. In our system, we have these three levels of performance for students. So we always have the question of what the student should know and be able to do in order to get a grade 5 to 6, 7 to 8, or 9 to 10. So the idea is that when we grade students, we have to be fair. We have to use the same criteria for students' assessment evaluation. And normally, when we don't do this for teachers, in a project we had with Council of Europe, one of the main issue was how can we have the same criteria from the faculties of education who assess their teacher students, for the mentors who assess teacher students practicing their school, and how can we help teachers reflect where they stand or where they project themselves in the hierarchy of competencies, a three level of competencies. And there is a model offered by UNESCO here. It's a challenge. They are going to try this. First, the idea of having this, let's say, three level of performances and assessing teachers. First, not just to be on the safe side, we're going to use this, after the idea is accepted, as a tool for self-reflection of teachers. They have to assess themselves where they are. Let's say in this hierarchy of expectations, teacher expectation. How good they are in providing students the best in the teaching and learning process. So we can provide the same quality of teaching for all students. So this is also as a
be the most interrupted panelist of the whole conference.
Okay.
And excuse me for that, but I would ask you to kind of just wrap it up a bit so we can be in line with the time frames we have. We hear you anymore.
The idea is that we have to pilot this idea of evaluate or assessing teachers through different level of performances. This deserves to be a project on its own because it's a huge challenge, and but it is one of the big issues that always appears when we deal with assessment of evaluation of teachers. And when we try to develop teacher training programs, we have to know what is needed in the teaching, and we have to train teachers or have to develop programs that match the curriculum requirements of students and the whole objectives of not only of media and information literacy, but this is a model. It's a great model for to be used for all subjects. It's a very ambitious one, but we are trying to deal with this during the piloting phase and see what will be the reaction of teachers in this framework. And this is what I see the model. If we manage to be successful in this and have this model accepted by all teachers, because we have planned to go nationally after the piloting to train all teacher trainers, and through them all teachers in all schools. So which is a long process. So in the end, we have all teachers at least having some training in the media and information literacy and make it part of compulsory education, as long as a curriculum reform will be in the future, and make it also part of the students', let's say, standard of learning. This is the long-term aim that we have in this at Albania or as Institute in our draft strategy for the future in this regard.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dautai. I'm glad that we managed to overcome the technical issues at the beginning. Thank you for sharing a detailed insight on what the model is like, the one which is being implemented in Albania. What are the challenges? Who are the main stakeholders in this process? And I think you've offered all the necessary information for anyone who might have questions when it comes to their local models and how to behave in a certain situation when it comes to any of the roles inside of the process. So thank you very much. Now we will be switching, let's say traveling optimistically, traveling to Montenegro for the following couple of minutes, where we have Božena Jelušić, who is an MIL expert, joining us as a part of this panel as well. I'm going to check if you can hear me for beginning, Ms. Jelušić.
Hear me? Is it okay?
An insight on the state of MIL currently in Montenegro. Is it a priority? Is it in any way being treated in formal education?
A few words of your addressing, but I think I understand what you are asking me. At the moment in Montenegro, media literacy is a part of formal education. It started formally in 2009, and in the same time when UNESCO Paris agenda was adopted in 2007, we began to make a curricula for media literacy here in Montenegro. And I am the guilty person for that, since I realized that during the reform of education system that we need really something different. As a teacher and as a parent, I really realized that media literacy is of urgent need. And with help of Open Society Institute in that time, we adopted the subject. It passed psychopedagogical expertise, and then the Council for Common Education adopted it. And at the moment, we have media literacy as a compulsory elective subject in gymnasia, and from next school year, it will be taught in elementary schools. As for the vocational schools, we succeed only to be like regular subject lessons. It's something like sections, like special activities, but we hoped that even in vocational school, it will be regular subject. It is taught in block lessons, two lessons weekly, and it is completely oriented to students. I listened carefully, Mr. Dautai, and it is something that we should know. Teacher is the heart of education and the heart of media literacy education. If you are not well informed and completely up to the time, and if you refuse to learn from students, somehow you will miss the point. So let the students to be better in some parts of expertise and try to give them good conceptual framework for deconstruction and production of media text. I know that maybe the optional way is for media literacy to be spread through all subjects. But I think that maybe some effects more are when you have it like a subject as well, because you could focus in special skills. And we could give the students better opportunity to tie all the knowledges, various knowledges. And that is the subject which influence very much to the next learning. I have 10 years experience of teaching media literacy, and all my students witnessed that they had great help during their next steps on the university, because they had chance to learn media literacy. Well, maybe I will let you to put a question more. I could talk and talk and talk. At the moment, we have a lot of NGO organizations all over Montenegro dealing with media literacy and offering various courses. After retirement from school, I'm an expert on the field of education. I have licensed courses in a Bureau for Education institutionally, and I cooperate with a lot of various NGO organizations. As a member of parliament, since I'm lobbying for the subjects since 2007, all the time, as a member of parliament, I put the question to the Ministry of Education, and so our idea led through Institute of Media, who is as well the part of the project Citizens for Media, Media for Citizens. We succeed like a national coalition for the elementary school to be part of formal education, where is media literacy present. And so I wrote a textbook for media literacy and for NGO CEDEM, and I adapted a lot of textbooks like IREX as well, textbook. And I would like to agree with Mr. Dautai that it is very dangerous if you only give teachers a textbook and let them to freeze the ways of teaching and not to discover new challenges and new teaching materials. In the beginning of establishing media literacy in Montenegro, we hadn't textbook, but we prepared a lot of teaching materials on 2 CDs, and we addressed to the teachers, asking them to be updated all the time and to give students the most interesting and challenges teaching materials. So that courses, in my opinion and experience, are extremely vivid. And I witnessed during 10 years that many students for various they choose other subjects, but they ask me to be present on that course. So the amphitheater was nearly full all the time.
One of the enthusiasts that Anita has talked about, someone who is using all of your different roles and capacities to advocate for the question of MIL being present in different forms of education. You told us at the very beginning that MIL is for a certain time now present in formal education in Montenegro. So I would like to hear a short comment from you on how is its presence addressing the challenges in disinformation, distrust in journalism, hate speech. Are the effects of it being present in the educational system visible on young people, on students? Are they equipped to understand when they are being on the other side of, and when they're being basically faced with hate speech, when they're being faced with disinformation? Do you have an insight on this?
They are well equipped after attending the course of media literacy, but you know, when it is an elective subject, you haven't whole population who is taught in media literacy subject. Because of that, we have possibility for students to choose whether they would like in second or third grade of gymnasia and the 8th or 9th grade in elementary school to choose that subject. But in a certain period, school did a wrong thing, like they are not offering media literacy because of lack of lessons for employees. Like you have enough lessons in biology or somewhere in some other subject, and then you do not offer media literacy, and that's the problem. You can have extremely good institutional system, and nevertheless on the ground you can just fail because people do not understand that they should follow the best interests of students. That was the problem. At the moment, the awareness of the necessity of media literacy skills are very, very present in Montenegro. It is not only up to the schools and formal education, but as well for the NGO civic organization and our Ministry for Public Governance and well, a little less for education because they were frozen for some time after gymnasium curricula, and I was very mad because of that, since I think we could do much more till today. So we'll try via Institute, Media Institute, to offer various courses to institutions, because all institutions on the state level, ministries, police, various judges as well, they need media literacy because they deal with the problem which came from media and have somewhere the reason or because they happen. And finally, as for me, the experience with wars 19th in this region just focused me on media literacy, because media helped very much in that time for war to start everywhere. And I think today is not the same, but in some kind maybe worse, because we are in a digital era, and with certain echo chambers, with infodemia, and finally great danger of good spreadable media for democratic processes. It's even important to teach media literacy, not only because of everything, because of health, because of safety, because of democracy, and above all, because of student skills, which are necessity for the 21st century.
Identifying the problems and things that are not good as well, and then creating alternatives to make them more efficient for students and young people. And also thank you for sharing with us your motivation to give out that much energy into media and literacy, media information literacy. Thank you for sharing with us where does that come from and why do you see it as such an important topic. We will now be speaking with Amina Abdullahovic, who is an expert associate advisor and a librarian. Coming back to what we spoke as a part of our first panel, the role of librarians in kind of integrating MIL into formal education. And I just want, before beginning with my question, I just want to jump back to when I started going to school, how we at that age perceived librarians as these amazing people who knew everything about all of the books that you could find in a library. They knew which books stand, and we always kind of admired librarians for having such great knowledge on so many things. And librarians were a serious authority for us at that age in school. So I think it's a position in the educational system which is really important, and with time it kind of might have lost on its importance, and MIL might be the great way to give back this important role to librarians. So, Ms. Abdullahovic, speaking of the role of librarians in the implementation of MIL strategy in formal education, what is it? What is the role?
Everything and can answer all your questions. Today, you don't have this conception of librarian. Librarian is completely set aside in all these processes, and listening to all these experiences of other countries, I think that I believe even more in our strategy that we started in 2017, this the inclusion of media literacy in our educational system. Our minister also considered that it cannot be one subject because information literacy is a key competence in 20th century. So it encompasses all the segments of our life. Why are we librarians, especially, and as Professor Batric said, I'm one of those 1,300 of participants of all these workshops. Why did I recognize it as a good thing? Because this model exactly offers a new approach of this to media and information literacy. It is research or giving back to the library the focus in this process. So of this back room from school reading, now you actualize the work of the librarian, and the librarian becomes the central person together with the teachers, because we understood this paradigm of learning. It is a constructivist approach. Everybody is included, starting from teachers, but we are, as our colleague from Montenegro said, we are. It is very important that this process, both the students and the teachers, and as Professor Emir Vajzovic always say, and we agree that media literacy is not a goal for itself, it's a process. And we need to work on education, which is why it is very important. And these workshops are extremely important for the librarians, similar to experiences from Albania. These modules encompasses all these different efforts by UNESCO, but it needs to be adapted to our situation, which our colleague from Albania was talking about. You need to see what you have in the field, but they saw potential in something that has already been incorporated in our system by standards, by UNESCO standards and directives. So these educational centers are the heart. The teachers of the teachers are the heart of the schools, but the librarians are for us the heart of school. And the librarians need to go through these skill building exercises, and they need to learn that it's a lifelong learning, because without formal education you never finish your education, which is why you as a child looking at librarians, you were looking at them like they were a series of information and a source of information to give you for use, changing the paradigm, because the students are not only the recipients of this knowledge, but they need to critically think about how to become responsible carriers, bearers of changes in society. That is very important to educate librarians. And this hybrid model, the module, the strategy that's being made in Sarajevo is very important. And I think that when of course, when the political prerequisites are met, we hope that it will go through and become a national program. Thank you. Hvala. Hvala.
See people who are part of the educational system, but not as directly as teachers and professors. And you said that librarians are people who are being educated during their whole working lifetime, and that's why that definitely affected the perception of young people, of children basically in schools, that we have about librarians. And my question for you is, could you briefly tell us about your experience in adopting this knowledge, knowledge about media and information literacy?
Of course, for us, it was there was a lot of new things. It was a novelty. So what we need to do, we had to learn how to learn in order to make this system of learning how to learn. It is very important with teacher and the students. The education has to be a very well established system. So these modules are not there to show to individuals how to become experts, but how to learn like experts. So it is very important to use all the potentials in schools. In teachers, of course, need to be educated, because when we were doing workshops with teachers and librarians, teachers were exhilarated, and they thought that the librarians would come into class and say, okay, I'm going to teach you today. So they need to exchange experience. What I saw that was positive in all this through these workshops and modules, they offer a wide range of tools, possibilities, how to approach the media information literacy to students. What is very important is that we will be able to talk about it, is acquiring skills. It is something that we work on all the time. We need to be educated all the time, and we are grateful for modules, for materials on the different websites, as the political science websites, etc. I have to say, I'm talking to you about the importance of media and information literacy, and wonderful people are sitting there and exchange experiences. And I hope sincerely that everything I do, as the minister said, it needs to bring us to responsibility, but it needs to be a system. It needs to be well put, because these people make huge efforts to learn a lot in order to be able to transfer this knowledge. And because everything we say about the rights that children have to learn, safe use of internet, they need a safe space where to learn. And learning is a very complex process that includes creation, gathering of critical
Thank you
thoughts,
very much, Mr. Abdullahovic, for sharing these inspiring ideas and experiences that you had being a part of of the pilot project where librarians also have an active role in transferring MIL to young people in schools. Also, thank you to all of our panelists, and I think this approach was great, where we got different info from different countries in the Southeast Europe who are in different phases of integrating MIL into formal education, where we have civil society organizations doing different projects, targeting different populations, and instead of focusing on the question whether somebody is correct and somebody is wrong, I think the good focus here would be how to take all of the things that function from all of the different approaches and implement them in all of the countries using the energy and the will of the enthusiasts who are a part of the process, but also, as we've heard at the very end of the panel, asking the responsibility from the system to integrate it and to make it available for all of the students, but also to make it a responsibility of all of the stakeholders in this process. We will end this panel in the following seconds. I thank you all for your attention. I thank you for your patience while experiencing the technical issues at the beginning. Once again, I hope we will not have to go through that again, but if we do, please bear with us. And we will be having a 1-hour break now until 14, so make sure to have a meal and to prepare yourself for active participation in the 2 panels which will follow up after the break. Thank you all for your attention and see you in an hour. Welcome back. We will now be starting with the second part of today's conference. We have 2 more panels ahead of us and a lot more experience, knowledge, and information to share between us. The third panel as a part of today's conference is MIL Youth in Action to Address Online Harmful Content. We'll be having 5 panelists, 5 young women speaking on their experiences, on their attitudes towards this important topic. I'm going to introduce them shortly. Kristina Dimitrova, who is a project coordinator at Youth Council Next Generation and a member of Southeast Europe Youth Newsroom project. Selena Tasic, who is a Young European Ambassadors Project team leader from We Balkans. Ivana Jelacha, who is a Western Balkans director from Media Diversity Institute. Hadžara Selimovic here with us in the UN building in Sarajevo, who is a young European ambassador, and Tara Simovic, who is a young reporter from UNICEF Montenegro. Now, the panel will explore how to empower youth in the Southeastern Europe through media and information literacy. Our panelists will share their experiences of participating in certain projects, their ideas on how to potentially share their knowledge and their skills with their peers, and their ideas to basically make media and information literacy, how to make it an important topic in their generation. Once again, I'm Hana Sokolovic. I'm moderating this and the next panel, and I invite you all to actively participate. You can use the chat and the Q&A button to give any comments, to engage a discussion, ask a question. Any kind of contribution is welcomed during this conference. Now I will begin with Ms. Selena Tasic, who is, as I said, a project team leader in the Young European Ambassadors, who is joining us through Zoom. Selena, just to check, can you hear us? Actually, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes, great. Okay, my question is, what is it, a Young European Ambassador? What does it include? What does it mean? Can you tell us a bit more? How do you select these Young European Ambassadors? Why are the specific people chosen to be these ambassadors? And what are the general objectives of this network?
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me here as a representative, the oldest representative of the network. When Young European Ambassadors Network was envisaged, it happened in the pre-COVID times. They were meant to be the future voices of young people in the Western Balkans, simply because the whole idea derived from the conclusion that there are many great, wonderful, inspiring youth projects all over the region, but that we simply need a more regional approach and more unity among young people, especially when it comes to advocacy from young people to young people. So this said, there are many different initiatives which speak to policymakers about the importance of the role of young people in the decision-making agenda. However, what needs to be enhanced is their own advocacy towards each other and their peer-to-peer education. And this is something that the Young European Ambassadors really aspires for. These young people are there to basically invite, inspire, and motivate other young people, meaning their friends and their peers, to get engaged in the crucial topics for young people today. The first group of the Young European Ambassadors was chosen last August during the COVID times. So let me tell you that for a year or so, they had this unique opportunity to be active only online. And I have to say that they really did a great job. They managed to attract attention and interest of many young people all over the region. Now we have followers of all of the topics that they advocate for in many of our local communities, capital cities, and so on. And this was basically the sole aim of their activism. Media literacy that we are speaking about today is one of the most crucial topics when it comes to their education role, because not only are they supposed to be the voices of young people, or let's say the role models of activism, but they are also there to help us all with the education of their peers. And this is why we have also started in May our first media literacy workshops with the YEAs, with the aim to first educate them on how to educate their friends and their peers. And I can tell you a little bit more about this later. Mm-hmm. Starting from the very most important aspect of this whole topic is that we need to help young people become able to use their technical and social and cognitive and now digital skills in order to absorb the media content. And in order to help them do this, we first need to educate them on it by, of course, developing a set of skills and techniques on how to use media, but also how to use their critical thinking when absorbing media. We unfortunately come from a region which has rather, how would I say, mirroring situation in the media to the level of, let's say, the amount of reforms that we still need to implement when it comes to all other levels of society. So media in this region have to be really absorbed carefully and with a set of educational elements that we can only provide them with through different workshops. So this was our approach from the beginning. The 60 of them attended first the webinar that gave them some theoretical approach, and now we're progressing with the soon to be organized live workshop with some of the best media literacy experts from our region. I would mention the CMPM network here, which we will closely be cooperating on. And the idea is to enable our YEAs to become peer educators, to go out in the field, to go into schools, to go among their peers, the student clubs, the youth associations, the NGOs, and to spread this knowledge from a young person to a young person, because it is much more interesting and much more appealing to young people to learn from their peers than it is maybe to attend organized seminars and workshops and courses which are given to them by their schools or organizations. Furthermore, their social media activism of the YEAs is very powerful as well. So many campaigns they implement on their social media profiles. Thus, all this content is shared by other young people. So we are really very strongly engaging them, for example, in this campaign that UNESCO organized, Think Before Sharing. YEAs will in the next 2 weeks be one of the group of the young people which will be intensely participating in this campaign and spreading the information to their followers on the aspect of media literacy.
Thank you very much, Selena. That definitely is a good tool, knowing that today everyone can be a tiny media of his or her own using social networks, where you can provide not only content that relates to your personal life, but also content that is news, content that is information. So using social networks to influence peers seems as a great tool to kind of motivate them to consider media and information literacy as an important dimension of their knowledge and their daily functioning. Now we will have, we do have a young European ambassador here with us, and we will be able to hear a first-hand experience on what it is and what it feels like to be one. As I said, Hadžara Selimović, who is a young European ambassador, is here with us in the studio. Hadžara, now what does media and information literacy mean to you personally? Do you feel like it's something important for your daily life? And do you believe it is important to have skills needed to be able to recognize fake news online, to be able to, from like the sea of information we are daily exposed to be able to identify those which are reliable?
Having me here today. It's a pleasure to represent young European ambassadors here. I would say that MIL is extremely important to me because at the same time, while I became young European ambassador, I also started started my university studies where I had to do a lot of research papers and have these skills because I had to identify credible sources, reliable sources, and understand the knowledge that I was receiving at university. So MIL for me means the ability to access, evaluate information that we receive either from the news or that we just learn at university. So when we talk about fake news and false information, so first of all we need to differentiate between fake news and misinformation because there's a difference. Like fake news are intentionally put there for people to be falsely informed, while misinformation comes from us. So something that we read and we misinterpret or we did not understand properly. So that is why we need MIL, especially in the digital age, which comes. So I come to the second part of the question about social media. So we live in the digital age, and to engage responsibly on social media, we exactly need MIL skills, because we are going to end up in something that is called social media bubble. So what is meant by social media bubble is it represents an intellectual isolation, basically. So we need to understand the content that we are receiving on social media, because if we receive the same content every day, that is how social media functions. So based upon algorithms from social media and websites, we receive the same content every day, and it's based upon our interests and things that we like. So it may not sound that harsh, and that bad, but then we are closed. We are living in a bubble of the same content, and that prevents us from searching for other sources, from looking at different information and engaging in like a broad spectrum of information on social media. And that is why MIL is there to help us. For me, the basis of MIL is critical thinking. It is about asking questions, evaluating information, and using it so that it can be of the benefit to others. It means expressing our views clearly and in a manner that respects human rights.
Well, your answer definitely testifies that you have your media and information literacy placed well, and your understanding of the importance of MIL on social media as well. But when it comes to like comparing what you've just said to what your peers know, what do you think? How skilled are your peers in using and accessing online information wisely, but also being able to counter harmful narratives online or be able to recognize hate speech online?
Difficult to say this from my perspective, but I have to say that young people and peers, based upon my experience, they're not they don't have sufficient MIL skills. They're not equipped with those skills to engage responsibly on social media, and especially not to recognize the fake news. Because there's something called also novelty hypothesis, which means that people tend to spread fake news because that is something that's novel to them, that's something that's surprising. And what I had a chance to see on social media from people that I follow is that young people tend to share information that somebody else shared that's really like surprising to them, but it's usually fake news. And I mean, we are Gen Z, and we follow different meme pages, and different meme pages, apart from posting memes, they also post news. But what young people cannot differentiate between is those fake news on meme pages, because meme pages post fake news. So from that example, I saw that young people are not equipped with MIL skills, and that comes also from our education system. Because I know that in high school and throughout high school and elementary school, nobody encouraged us to think critically, to think outside the box, or to ask questions. And only up to the point where I came to university, which is a private university, unfortunately, I got a chance to develop my critical thinking. So I think it comes from education system and from professors who are willing to let students think and ask questions and evaluate information. And when it comes to hate speech, I would say that there's a thin line between freedom of speech and hate speech, and that is what prevents young people from, you know, engaging responsibly on social media and understanding if they are actually participating in hate speech and hateful comments, and especially when it comes to hateful comments like comment section on news media websites. It has become a place for entertainment for young people, not just young people, generally for our population. And what they don't understand is that sometimes comments like calling somebody something, that's hate speech. It's not about you know, telling somebody, like threatening somebody. It's about those words too. So they don't understand the whole concept of hate speech and how harmful it can actually be.
Yeah, well, everything that you've just said kind of really follows the line of our previous panels, because we have spoke so much about the importance of the educational system and how stimulating it must be for young people in order for them to develop this possibility to critically think, to question. And your experience, actually, your perception of your peers is the best testimony that obviously the formal education systems need to change. And they need to offer critical thinking as a long-term life skill to young people, and that is something that is a significant part of MIL. And once again, it is another aspect of why this is such an important topic to all of our societies in the Southeastern Europe. Thank you very much. We will be speaking a bit more during the session as well. And now I would like to introduce you to Tara Simovic, who is, as I said at the beginning, a UNICEF young reporter. Tara, I will check again. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, great. Thank you. Tara, please, could
welcome.
you share with us what does it mean to be a young reporter at a project of UNICEF Montenegro, and how does this experience for you potentially change the way you see MIL?
Well, first of all, good afternoon. And I would like to express my sincere gratitude for being a part of this significant conference today in the role of UNICEF Montenegro's young reporter on the importance of media and information literacy and acquiring MIL skills. And I'm very happy to talk to you today. And to answer your question, I will just briefly explain how come I'm here today as UNICEF's young reporter. So I belong to the first generation of UNICEF Montenegro volunteers, young reporters, youth aged from 14 to 18 years, who are key spokesperson to the media literacy campaign in Montenegro, Let's Choose What We Watch, that is implemented by UNICEF Montenegro and Montenegro Agency for Electronic Media. I became a UNICEF's young reporter by accident, actually, and thanks to social media. I was just casually scrolling through my Instagram when I saw that UNICEF posted an interesting video in which were my peers who were inviting new members to join their team. And as soon as I saw it, I felt the need to be a part of it because it contained keywords that triggered my attention, such as media, multimedia, learn how the media work, critical thinking, as we mentioned, reporter, and etc. Having in mind that we are living in the media and that we are exposing ourselves and our lives online, and considering that I did not have much knowledge when it comes to media literacy and everything that is connected to it, I was just very interested to learn more about it and to possibly influence my peers. I know that my distinguished colleagues here today and academic audience know what MIL is, but regardless, I would like to start first with explaining in simple words to the audience, and I hope there are some of my peers here joining us today, what we mean when we say media information literacy. So 4 years ago, when I started this journey with UNICEF Young Reporters, I was not aware, as I said, at what extent we're daily exposed to harmful online content full of disinformation, contradictory messages, and fake news, and that particularly children are the most vulnerable to the risks of mis and disinformation, as well as to so many other digital risks that affect their well-being and rights. And now I am more familiar with the topic, and I know that media literacy actually means having a set of skills in order to find and critically assess, share, as well as make new media messages. So being media literate means having an open critical mind, since wide variety of actors generate and distribute, as well as share misinformation online with varying motivations, such as Hajira, for example, mentioned, to intentionally deceive and harm, but also to sow confusion, to gain political influence, to discredit the political opponents for financial gain, to also undermine trust in science and public institutions, or to unwittingly share information or garner approval and popularity. And as UNICEF Montenegro Young Reporters, we have had the chance to become media literate citizens by attending numerous workshops on this topic and by working on strengthening our critical thinking skills, as well as by participating in many conferences, online discussions, TV shows, by making our own videos, writing blogs, and of course in conversation with journalists and other true experts whose field of expertise lays exactly in the world of media. And we all know that the impact of misinformation can be life-threatening, especially in health. When we speak of, for example, vaccines, that is actually why having certain digital skills in 2021 is mandatory in order to differentiate what is true from what is fake information. And as young reporters, we have understood that we can no longer rest on the naive assurance that truth has an innate upper hand against falsehood in the digital era. And so we decided to act and to build resilience against the daily deluge of falsity online by actually acquiring those necessary skills in order to become true educators to children and our peers.
Thank you, Tara, for sharing a very detailed insight on MIL, that you now have these pets that we sometimes take by chance do tend to change our lives completely. And by what you say, it feels for me like this one has changed your life a lot as well. I have the same question for you that I've asked Hajara previously. Now, given this experience that you have and the knowledge you have gained during working as a UNICEF young reporter in Montenegro, what is it? What do you feel about your peers who do not have the similar experience, who do not have these opportunities? Are they interested in MIL, and are they equipped well enough to be, present online in a safe and responsible manner?
Well, I would say, although we are digital natives and use social media from the beginning of our lives practically, I do not think that we are fully aware of what media is and our role in the whole media landscape. For example, UNICEF conducted a research in 2020 in 2018 that showed that more than half children aged from 12 to 18 years old have never heard of the term fake news. And the majority of those who have heard about it did not know what it means. And also that research showed that my peers are not aware of social ads on Google, for example, and paid partnerships with influencers, but they think that the search results on social media are just a logical result of the keywords they enter. And these are the data from 2018. And it seems to me that now we are more aware of the social ads and paid partnerships with influencers, but that is especially because social media giants were forced to be more transparent, and that sponsored content is now clearly marked. So I think that the result now would be better, but all these data are saying that we must constantly learn about media since they're changing so quickly, and we must be guided by education workers and initiatives like this one and similar on how to navigate and protect ourselves online and how to recognize media manipulation. I would also mention that I think parents play a significant role in influencing their children on how they use media. And regarding that, I think it's interesting to mention that our campaign gave results when it comes to the awareness of parents regarding their attitudes toward media consumption by their children. So in 2 years' time, from 2018 to 2020, research shows that the number of parents helping their children choose what to watch, as in limiting their exposure to the media content, as well as the time that they spent in front of the screens, doubled from 30 to 60%. And also the number of parents talking to their children about the content of TV programs and their use of internet increased from 21 to 47% in 2 years. So to me, it seems that it is important for us to talk with our parents about media, about the content we consume, and just to critically discuss with them the different messages that we see, for example. And I think that that is the first step that can better prepare us for the life in the digital world.
Thank you very much, Tara. That is a step that would definitely result in a two-way learning process, both for young people and their parents as well, because during the conference we've discussed about how important MIL is for all generations. But now when focusing on young people, it is really a treasure to hear the perception of young people about youth, because I'm not sure nobody can understand your generation as good as you who are members of it can. So thank you very much for this insight.
You're welcome.
Our next speaker will be Kristina Dimitrova, who is the project coordinator at Youth Council Next Generation and a Southeast Europe Youth Newsroom member. Kristina, again, a quick technical check. You can hear us?
Yes, I can hear you well. Can you hear me?
Yes, maybe just a bit louder, but I think it will be fine. So could you explain to us what is this Southeast Europe Youth Newsroom and what is your role in this group?
So yes, the Southeast Europe Youth Newsroom was established under the project Building Trust in Media in Southeast Europe and Turkey. It's a UNESCO EU-funded project and started a year ago. So basically, there is the project invited young journalists and journalist students to report on issues related to media and information literacy in the beginning. And now from recent months, it expanded to even more and different social topics of interest of the young journalists that are affecting youth and our local and global society. So basically, as a member of the youth newsroom, I'm conducting interviews and also I'm following events that I was assigned to by the creators of the youth newsroom. And I'm writing articles on different topics, mostly about media and information literacy, with the idea to influence the young people on peer-to-peer basis, that it's highly important that we take attention into being media literate in the first place, but also to give information about the tools and resources at their disposal for fighting this spread of fake news and disinformation, and actually to be part of the solution rather than to be victims of it. So one example, like my very first article that I wrote was actually an interview with one young entrepreneur and innovator from Skopje, Borjan Jovanovski, who invented a browser extension that can be downloaded on your computer. And it basically takes data from official, private, or public registers for media, which hold some code for ethical media reporting, with which the media agree to uphold a certain level of standard of ethical media reporting. And basically, if you download the extension, when you're reading some article or news from some online news outlet, it would turn green if that media outlet is part of these registers, and it would turn gray if they are not. And well, in this way, it brings more trust to people, that basically they know that the media or the article that they're reading at, which is part of these registers, brings more trust about the information they're sharing. And if it turns gray, it doesn't mean necessarily that that media is bad. But yeah, it kind of gives the indication that they didn't make any effort to become part of these registers. So we are not really sure about the quality of content that they're producing. And another thing that this extension allows is for the people and the public to report unethical media reporting to these registers. And in that way, it allows them to kind of moderate the media content themselves and actually participate actively in providing solution for this issue.
And given this experience of yours from the youth newsroom, and also the fact that you work as a project coordinator at a youth organization, what do you think could be done to engage youth more in them wanting to become media and information literate?
Right. So yes. So as a project writer and coordinator at Youth Council Next Generation, we are creating many different projects and initiatives based on non-formal education. And in our experience, youth very much positively respond to it, and there are very even not only short-term but long-term impacts on them. And non-formal education is based on learning by doing, active participation, critical thinking, and reflection, and it works quite well. Especially because they're in some non-formal safe environment. They're not graded on their performance, and they usually feel free to express their issues and experiences and also provide solutions. And so quite recently, inspired by my participation in the youth newsroom, I wrote a project. We partner up with one organization from Sweden, and involve 4 other organizations from Greece, Turkey, Romania, and Lithuania. And we created a youth exchange called Media Literacy Info Lab, which got approved, and it's scheduled to happen next year in May. We decided the venue to be in North Macedonia because we kind of felt that it's more needed in here. And yes, so there will be different kind of non-formal methods involved within the project, and young people aged between 18 and 26. And in this way, we want to raise awareness among these people about the issue of being media literate, and yeah, be part of, as I said before, be part of the solution, not victims of it.
Thank you very much, Christina. Keep up the good work and the good ideas, and keep up bringing young people together in a common goal of spreading the idea of being media and information literate, an important part of their identities. Our next speaker will be Ivana Jelacha from the Media Diversity Institute. She is the Western Balkans Director at the Media Diversity Institute. Ivana, another technical check. You can hear us?
Yes, I can hear you, and hope you can hear me as well.
Yes, great. Thank you very much for being here with us today. Could you please tell us how has the Media Diversity Institute been working to promote media and information literacy among youth in the region?
Yes, so first of all, just to say that I'm very pleased that I'm here today on this panel with these very young people. I'm here representing Media Diversity Institute, as well as Media Diversity Institute Western Balkans, but MDI in London, a London-based organization, is almost 25 years old organization, and many panelists, if not all, but me, are younger than that. So I'm really pleased to be in this company today. And so yes, and Media Diversity Institute basically works in this representation of diversity field. And when it started, it was about the traditional media, but as we go further in the 21st century, it turns out that social media are increasingly in the middle of this issue. And MDI has been working closely with different stakeholders, universities, civil society, media, even IT companies, to overcome these challenges. And our work, particularly in Western Balkans, is focused on young people, and all researchers show that young people are on social media, and we know it, of course, from the experience as well. And they are, even when it comes to informing themselves, they do it through social media, and not just through links to traditional media, but getting information from other people on the internet, which poses a new challenges, and it gives a fruitful ground for malinformation and all sorts of harmful content. And we have, for example, recently had a whistleblower from Facebook accusing the company of putting profit in front of countering hate speech and disinformation, which and this is a company which owns Instagram, for example, and all the researchers I'm aware of showing that young people from the Western Balkans are mainly on Instagram. Although they have Facebook profiles, this is for boomers, basically. And TikTok is now taking over. So these are the challenges young people face every day when they go online. And we have already heard from panelists before me that young people are showing, and this is a fact, increased awareness of all these challenges. They might not always be aware of the term fake news as such, but they will kind of recognize different kind of non-ethical, let's say, content, but they're still very, very not always able to, and skillful enough to recognize them, to differentiate among all these different kinds of content, which then decreases their resilience. And as Tara, I think, mentioned, the pandemic is a good proof of that, and the kind of the attitudes of young people toward vaccination, for example, etc. So MDI and MDI Western Balkans have been working in different countries, but of course all the Western Balkans countries, to increase the MIL skills of young people. And as all panelists before mentioned, our key approach is working for, but mainly with young people. So when we work with young people, we take the peer education approach, which means we educate young people and build their capacities and skills to work further with other young peoples, and then use the kind of the same terminologies, the same topics, the talk to young people among themselves, basically. So to make these workshops more efficient. And we currently run, for example, MIL project in Serbia, dealing with media information and digital literacy with young people in Serbia. And our we have educated key group of 50 young people, but we have reached many more through the work these young people then took later on. Either it was workshops or their more general online presence. But these young people were our key links to other young people across Serbia. And we in general use, young people are a source of ideas, of approaches, of topics for us to, and they are the main drivers of the project. And I would say that is very important, because young people are in the middle of the changes we are going through, but also they are the key to the solution. And of course, whether it is MIL more general as an umbrella term, or it is hate speech, which is which is our key focus as well in the region, we try to use the youth to create the youth-friendly content to share the messages, the memes, the videos, and we work with young people to produce this content so that the contents we produce is more efficiently reaching other young people. So basically, I would also say that it's very important to use influencers. This was already mentioned, and not necessarily meaning these influencers that reach millions of people, but smaller scale, let's say micro influencers who kind of really share the values and these key messages, and they can be very efficient in spreading the messages. And of course, the final thing I would emphasize is work with formal education. Through all of our work, the key approach is education, and we do it where, for example, we have this regional project called Reporting Diversity Network 2.0, and we do the media monitoring, and our findings are what we use as a kind of a key content, but we try to then educate, help young people debunk this content, help them build counter and alternative narratives to the hateful media content. But as I said, the cooperation with formal education is also very important. This was already mentioned in the first panel, but our partner in RDN project, Albanian Media Institute, for example, is working with UNESCO and is working in the schools. There is a curricula to work on MIL in schools, and it also includes hate speech, which is basically including the findings from our RDN project. So basically, I would say that although non-formal education is very important and is probably the leading the way in MIL currently, the cooperation with formal education is very important, and there the civil society organizations can also help a lot in the approaches.
Anna, you mentioned that using, for example, memes or using, let's say, using influencers as a tool to spread these messages is a good way to kind of trigger the attention of youth on this kind of content. We also heard when Tara was speaking, she explained how she saw this call for UNICEF Young Reporters because it had some keywords that draw her attention. But when speaking of this quality content, how to produce quality content which will also maintain, not only trigger, but also maintain the attention of young people, because we know not only the young generations, everybody's span of attention is getting smaller and smaller. We have, I don't know, hundreds and thousands of information daily being, put in front of us through social networks, news, conversations, and everything else. How to create content that will be able to maintain the attention of young people?
Well, I would say there are different answers to this question. I would again emphasize the role of education exactly for this reason, because for civil society, for individual activities, it's always a question of how to reach audience. And then this is where formal education has an advantage. So that's why it's additionally important. But when it comes to us as a civil society, I think that, as I mentioned, involving young people is key. Social media campaign for us is run by young people who are basically on net and who are actually consuming this content, so they can they will know better definitely what kind of content young people will need. And this changes quickly. We have seen these changes been quite often in these past years, including, as I mentioned, which networks are used. Currently it's Instagram, but there's the increasing use of TikTok. So we have to keep up with these changes. And I think it goes back to young people. They need to be the drivers of these changes. They are the ones who need to deliver the key messages, basically.
Thank you very much, Ivana, for sharing your experience, your knowledge, and your ideas and advices on how to keep young people in, this will sound so dramatic, but in the right path, how to give them all of the resources needed for them to develop their own skills regarding media and information literacy. Thank you. And I will now be going back to Hajara, who is here with me. And I would like to go back to where we started from today, and that is the fact that the recent period and the pandemic has brought a significantly bigger amount of attention to the question of media and information literacy. I want to know if the COVID-19 pandemic has affected your generation in this way, because, it's not only at this point, it's not only about fake news from, I don't know, business or entertainment or politics. It's about fake news which may have serious impacts on people's health. Is your generation taking this serious? Do they feel like, okay, maybe we were not media and information literate up until this point, but this is a new form of life where we need to upgrade our skills, or is it not happening?
Well, I must say that pandemic definitely changed how I perceive news. And to be honest, before the pandemic, I was not that aware of news, and I did not follow everything that happened every day. But since the pandemic started, I had to start, reading the news about the vaccines, about how many people are infected and things like that. But when I looked at my peers and especially my friends, they're not that aware of it. When it comes to, for example, vaccination, there are so many fake news, circling around that, and also about the cure for COVID, like what can help us, not attract COVID and things like that. They have a lot of advices for me. Don't do that. What they read in the news. So. And up to that point, they cannot differentiate between fake news or the real news. And I think that pandemic has not been a game changer for them. And especially, generally to young people, especially in Bosnia and Herzegovina, I think it only exacerbated the problem. the problem of fake news and not being able to recognize it.
But do you, sorry to interrupt, do your
Yeah.
generations like ever discuss why do these fake news appear? What might be the reason they exist? Or is it something that just like passes you by in this hundreds of information that you kind of scroll through daily?
Unfortunately, we're not the generation of intellectuals, we are Gen Z. And that means that, unfortunately, for most young people, they don't care about that. They only care about engaging on social. I mean, I'm not saying that the whole, that all of them think like that. But like from my personal experience, if I talk about fake news or media information literacy, I cannot reach them in that way. And as Selena said, like what we can do as young European ambassadors, for example, is sharing the content and campaigns that matter on our social media. And I've been trying to do that, you know, just raising awareness about media and information literacy and the importance of understanding what the messages that are being communicated to us. The only way is to do it through my social media and to, you know, share that with my friends. If I see fake news, I'm gonna, you know, point that out. Or if I see, about their content on social media, and usually I've been like very influential when it comes to people who follow me, because they kind of see me like a role model in youth activism. So they ask me a lot of questions where they can find information, things like that. So they think that my profile is a place where they can find credible information and reliable sources, because that's how I've been, you know, operating my whole life. So I think that the impact that we can make as individuals really matters, even though as a whole, I'm talking about young people, pandemic has not been game changer for them, and I hope that if something in education changes, some reformation, I then hope that that could be a game changer for them.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much for sharing this. However, as pessimistic as it may seem, this part at the end where you said that your personal profiles might be used as the place to influence your followers or your friends in a way that they start to understand that not everything is true and not everything is, you know, not everything should be taken just like that without any kind of critical thinking. That is something that does give hope, because young people, you know, their identities on their social networks are something that is highly important to them, and they invest, not spend, they invest a lot of time in their social networks. So if the game needs to change right there on social networks, then it's good to have young people such as yourself who will be the leaders of this process. So thank you for sharing this experience. And I would like to invite Tara again to join me, like at least through Zoom right now, and to give me another insight, just maybe something more specific for you, Tara, that highlights your experience of working with your peers at the UNICEF project.
Well, first of all, I must say that for me, it is a great honor to be a part of an initiative such as UNICEF Montenegro Young Reporters, and that I have had the opportunity to grow personally as well as professionally in so many areas, and to, of course, acquire numerous skills and competencies by attending different workshops on this topic, and especially, as everybody mentioned, by working on strengthening my critical thinking skills. And because of having this great opportunity to work on myself and to improve my knowledge in various fields, I'm able to help my peers actually realize the importance of being engaged both online and offline. And that is what makes me happy the most. Knowing that someone will benefit from my advocacy of promoting true values and being media and digitally literate and responsible in order to have a safe and bright future. And one of the most useful skills that I acquired throughout this initiative is actually recognizing fake news that Hajira mentioned, and fact-checking. We learned that this is very easy to do, but what we must do is have a habit of doing it all the time. Many studies indicate that many children and young people globally today have a really hard time distinguishing fact from fiction online, and as a consequence, today's generation are finding it so difficult to know what and who to trust. as I mentioned before. And in order to be fully prepared for the online world and to know how to discern which online content is true or false and how to debunk fake news, we need to just follow simple steps. And as Hajira mentioned, to check the sources on which we're relying, are they credible or not? Also to check other credible sources that have also published that information, to look for grammatical and spelling mistakes. And that is just something that should be our habit when finding some strange information. And also what I really like about this initiative is that we have had the opportunity to learn how actually media works, how is it designed. And now, because I have watched some topic related movies and I have read some topic related texts, I'm aware that, for example, social media is designed to be addictive, driven by the dopamine rush to the brain in order to attract and to keep our attention. And it can really result in a form of addiction with negative impact to a child's healthy development and well-being. And since the internet was not designed with children's rights and needs in mind, we need to think about our future and ensuring that we design systems that maximize the positive benefits of technology, while also, of course, preserving privacy and providing protections from harm and empowering children to exercise their rights. And as Ivana said, we should also prioritize educating our educators in schools to have empowered and motivated teachers who will pass on their knowledge on media and information and digital literacy to their students as a part of the regular curriculum. And in this way, I think that we will be able to gain ability to understand who and what we can trust online, so we can become actually active and engaged citizens. And lastly, I will just say that considering the fact that young people spend around 8 hours a day in front of the screens, I think that all of this is essential in order to know how to navigate safely online.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Tara, for sharing this experience and for sharing your insights on why this experience is important to you as an individual, but also as someone who obviously through her work is promoting the importance of media and information literacy. And for the end of the session, I would like to go back to Selena for a minute again. We started the session with a question for you. Who are these young European ambassadors? How do you choose them? What do they do? And now after being a part of the session and also after hearing Hajara's opinions and her actions as a part of this role, would you say that the goal is achieved, that they do their job good?
I was just going to say that from the moment they all joined the network and to listen to them now, a year and a half later, they're really becoming the fulfillment of the idea we had, which is young people who are really able to communicate and to really influence by their own experience and their own knowledge the opinions or maybe attitudes of other young people. I would also like to say, I remembered after we finished with my first question, that young European ambassadors were also a part of the No Hate Speech campaign organized by the Council of Europe. And actually for the 2022, we are envisioning some of them to actually become the ambassadors of this project. Especially those interested in human rights, cyberbullying and different issues that the young people face in the online sphere. Because unlike maybe on the global level, we think that this is a topic which is not addressed enough when it comes to young people in the region of Western Balkans. Hate speech, cyberbullying, and different topics which affect the mental health of young people are severely present in the online space as well. And who better to talk to than your own peers? And we will see how this cooperation develops. But I really have high hopes that some of our years will actually become little hubs for advocating about media literacy, but also other topics which can really seriously affect the lives and education and feelings of young people, especially in the online sphere. So yes, Hajera is one of the representatives of those young people, definitely. from Bosnia and Herzegovina, and I hope that you will get to know the others from the other Western Balkan 6 very soon in some future events.
Thank you very much, Selena. We are looking forward to hear from all of them and at any similar or different events, because obviously these young people have knowledge and ideas and motivation to offer to the rest of us. Thank you, Selena, and thank you also to all of the other panelists. I will be completely biased, but I will say that I'm very happy that I had an opportunity to speak with 5 women as a part of this panel. And I think it's very important because often when we speak about youth, we do it without young people. It is very important to have young people included in creating the ideas on how to get their attention, how to improve their knowledge, how to offer them dynamic and interesting and, of course, ways of learning things that are important for their everyday life. Thank you for your attention. In about 5 minutes, we will be starting with the 4th and the final panel for today. So stick with us at 4 p.m. At 3 p.m. We will be starting with the 4th panel. And we are back together for the fourth panel named The Role of MIL in Empowering Journalism Online. This is our last panel, so once again, I encourage you to type any comments or questions you might have using chat, using Q&A, whatever you find that fits you. During this panel, we will explore the tools developed by media to help citizens access reliable information. We will be speaking with journalists, professors, people who have been directly, whether educating or creating these tools for the public to be able to gain reliable information among all the information that we are daily exposed to. We will be hearing 6 panelists: Marina Tuneva, who is an executive director of the Council for Media Ethics in North Macedonia; Bojan Cvej, who is an editor-in-chief of the web portal Danas; Ozgun Oscher, and sorry if I'm destroying your name by my pronunciation, I'm trying really hard. Ozgun is a project coordinator at Platform for Independent Journalism P24; La Aufart, who is a project coordinator of the Journalism Trust Initiative at the Press Freedom Watchdogs, Reporters Without Borders; Jasna Jelisic, who is the head of the Western Balkans Task Force at European External Action Service; and Erkan Saka, who is an associate professor at the Istanbul Bilgi University. Thank you all for being a part of this panel today, and as I've said, we are looking forward to hear, given your experience and your knowledge from the media, to hear your opinion on the topics we have been discussing during the day. For the beginning of the panel, I would like to invite Ms. Marina Tuneva to answer a couple of questions. Of course, let's begin with a quick technical check. You can hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Thank you very much. Could you briefly introduce us with the work of Media Council in North Macedonia?
Yes, the Media Ethics Council in North Macedonia is an organization, actually civil society organization, established in 2014. And since then, we've been active in processing press complaints we receive from the audience related to unethical and unprofessional media reporting. But in addition to the press complaints processing, we realized that it's needed to expand the mission of the organization and to be actively involved in these different processes related to improvement of media professionalism, encouraging professional media practices, but also in media literacy efforts from the perspective of our press council to be able to help the audiences and citizens make a distinction between reliable and unprofessional reporting and information, to be able to also actively take part in not just in the media self-regulation, but in establishing direct links with the media themselves and work together on improving professional media practices. As an organization, we also realize that it's quite important to work with different actors and different stakeholders, and we want to feel like we are part of a system which is committed to combating, encountering disinformation and different types of information disorder. Therefore, we as an organization established a kind of a coalition or a network on addressing hate speech in the media with stakeholders from the civil society, regulatory authorities, judiciary, academia, professional media community, etc., to be able to discuss this phenomena and these issues together and try to act together in gradual resolving of these problems.
Well, how important it is to have all of these different stakeholders, what you said, if forming a coalition, is it a path that cannot be walked through without all of these stakeholders involved?
Well, actually, yeah, this is a very important question from my perspective, because we realize that as a press council and as a media self-regulatory body, we are unable to deal with disinformation, fake news, one-sided reporting ourselves only. We realize that it's important to fight with these problems in a coordinated manner. So if the regulatory authority is competent to work with the media to implement the law efficiently, then why shouldn't we involve them? Why shouldn't we involve the judiciary? Why shouldn't we involve the civil society sector, which is quite active in this country in implementing programs related to media and information literacy? Our message that we want to convey as an organization is that we need to work together because a systematic approach is needed, and in this way we would be more efficient. It's insufficient if we only publish our adjudications which identify if there were breaches of the professional code or not. Some citizens might come across this information and read our adjudications, but this is not sufficient. And also work with the media requires also a coordinated approach where media will equally feel like they're partners in the process. And we are not an organization that only wants to judge about the way they work, about the way they report. We want to feel them as partners, even in the initiatives which mean spreading media literacy objectives among the public. So treating all relevant stakeholders equally in this process is quite an important step, and we need to continue coordinating. Media self-regulation is actually a new concept in our country, existing here for already 7 years, is both efficient, but also, let's say in certain ways, something that needs more attention, or something that needs that should lead to visible results on a long term as well. Therefore, promotion of self-regulation should also come from different stakeholders, not just by us as an organization that is quite active in raising the awareness of the audience about the existence of this kind of body and about the goals that we have as an organization, but also we need partners from the other fields, like the CSOs, as I mentioned, academia, researchers, higher education institutions, judiciary, etc., etc.
Thank you very much, Marina, for sharing the experience of work of Media Council in North Macedonia, and also the idea of this synergy between different people who have the responsibility in the process to work together in order to achieve the goal. I would like to invite Mr. Bojan Cvejić to be our next panelist. Hi, Bojan, can you hear me?
Čujem.
Okay, thank you. Bojan, my question for you, now we see that the pandemic has influenced the work of the media across the region as well. What steps have you taken at the Danas newspapers to ensure that the public is given reliable information?
Da, dobar dan svima. Ja se izvinjavam na početku što ću pričati na maternjem jeziku, jer imam veliku tremu kada treba ovako javno da pričam na engleskom, ali sam srećem prevod, pa sam zato odlučio da ću bolje da kažem ono što treba. Što se tiče liste Danas i našeg portala, ja moram da kažem da smo mi zapravo i tokom pandemije... Do you hear me? Translation. Yes, I tried. Okay. The Danas Daily and our website in the pandemic time we was doing our job like every day before, because we are the one of the rarely professional media in Serbia, because we have a lot of tabloid and propaganda.
Hocam selamlar.
Yeah.
Ya hocam şimdi UNESCO paneline bağlanıyorum.
I'm sorry.
Well, through that as well. I'm sorry,
Can I continue?
just a reminder for all of the other participants, please, the panelists, please keep your microphones turned off when somebody is speaking. Thank you. Bojan, please continue.
In English or in Serbian? Yes, okay.
Ja ću vas prevoditi na engleski. Okay. Okay, he'll talk in Serbian. I'll translate into English. Can you hear me? My English translation? It's okay? Thank you. Thank you. Okay. I can't hear. I didn't either.
These are all the beauties of working online. We should be improving maybe some of our information literacy as well. Bojan, can you hear me?
Okay.
Language you want. Yes.
Ja sad čujem, nisam čuo, samo ne čujem moderatorku.
Yes, he could not hear the moderator earlier, but now it's okay.
Well, this is actually really exciting. Can you hear me now, Bojan?
Yes, yes, we can hear you.
Just like not Chinese or something like that, whatever, whichever of these two languages suit you, please go on.
Yeah, thankfully we have. It's okay. I mean, I don't mind.
Like I said,
Speak.
Yes, we worked like every day before pandemic of coronavirus. Sorry, and we have amazing results during the pandemic. We have on our web portal from the first day when the pandemic starts in Serbia, we have twice more visits on our website than before. And we have some conclusion that we are doing our job, our professional journalism well, because we saw that the people and our readers believe us when we publish some information.
Okay, well, thank you, and sorry for all the interruptions. Well, back to the topic of media and information literacy. You said that newspapers, danas, are one of the most reliable news outlets in Serbia. But on the other side, do you think that you have citizens who are sufficiently equipped with critical thinking skills to debunk disinformation within the media, which are not reliable? Are citizens well equipped to distinguish reliable from unreliable information?
I'm not sure, and I don't have some concretely information, but we saw that the people and citizens in Serbia during the pandemic searching for some reliable information. And we had that we have a lot of new readers in the last 1.5 years, because the citizens in Serbia are being confused from a lot of this information and disinformation. And as I said, they searching for some reliable and some real news, real information.
And when it comes to the media themselves, are journalists and the media sufficiently equipped with digital skills to provide fact-checking, data journalism, and so on?
Yes, I think that some media has some digital skills for that. But as I said, we at Danas Daily, we have some traditional journalism, and we have some traditional fact-checking methods for some information. And I think that in pandemic, the media in Serbia and in the region finally had some educational how to say, educational role in society, because it is one of the main role of media in theory, but now we can do it in practice, and we became the, how to say, we became to
educate people next to giving them information.
Yes, of course.
And I hope that this confusion at least threw away the anxiety while speaking English, because you were great, and thank you. And sorry once again for the technical confusion. It's all a part of the job, unfortunately. So our third speaker for the day, for this panel, not for the day, for this panel, is Mr. Ozgun Oscher. Once again, my sincere apologies for probably not saying the name correctly. Mr. Oscher, you are project coordinator at the platform for independent journalism, P24. And my question for you is, what is this platform doing when it comes to media and information literacy in Turkey?
Or rather trying to do, let's say. First of all, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for having me. It's really a pleasure to get away from our Turkish bubble, even for a short while, and even virtually. So as you said, I'm speaking as a journalist and coordinator for the platform for independent journalism. It is P24 is a media NGO based in Istanbul. It was founded in 2013. We currently are running several programs, mostly on press freedom. We do spend a lot of time in courtrooms, actually, on fighting against censorship, on cultural journalism, and more recently on developing climate journalism. We have also published several online guidelines on journalism, just like News University. So this is one of the ways we're trying to promote people, to helping them to access to good practices in journalism. And a great way of doing this is preparing these guidelines, because people who prepare those guidelines also become specialists of that topic when they prepare it. It's not only good for people who read it, it's also promotes specialization when there are people who have spent a lot of time in certain topics without pretending to be a specialist on this issue, and we allow them to become the not the spokesperson, but the person who could share their experiences to other people. We have also collaborated with UNESCO in the past, in now several projects actually, in making assessment about self-regulation in Turkey, which is one of the biggest issues in journalism and can become quickly political, as well as MIL policies in Turkey. So we have 3 years ago already coordinated a national consultation conference with academics, journalists, fact checkers, and educators, and the result of which was a position paper, which I have here, there, and which included a lot of recommendations. Now, making recommendations doesn't mean that those will be applied at all. So we are now currently in partnership in the Trust in Media project that is founded, I believe, by the European Union and coordinated with UNESCO. And we're looking to understand further how we can improve awareness of fighting against misinformation and developing good practices in fact-checking, especially in newsrooms, more than anything else.
As you've just said, you are, P24 is involved in the project Building Trust in Media in Southeast Europe and Turkey. Could you give us an insight about the work that you do specifically when it comes to addressing online disinformation and also restoring or building trust in the media?
Well, yes. So I think I should before say as a disclaimer that media in Turkey has been really under significant political and economic pressure for years, and that's the least we can say. But independently of that fact, Turkish media can hardly claim a glorious record in terms of misinformation. And this is due with methodology and practices. Fact-checking and thorough reporting were never the strength of Turkish media, and the current context has further undermined it. Trust in media has been decreasing over the years, and misinformation is really a rampant problem. So we talked today, I think we referred a lot to the pandemic, as I heard, and this is an important indicator. If I ask how many actively employed public health reporters or editors there were in Turkey when the pandemic commenced, the answer is 0. And what happened actually? And business as usual, which means a huge cacophony of news stories, sometimes irrelevant and sometimes contradictory. And you can't even say that those were curated. Only the fact-checking organization Tate.org took the step to have a dedicated editor to debunk false information on COVID. And their fact-checking reports also help to improve not only media information literacy, but also science literacy, which should be something that, you know, newsrooms cared at the time. So what they do now with these projects, we do some trainings, and what we try to do is also to train people not only for fact-checking, but also on on certain topics like climate journalism or science journalism, to raise awareness and to explain them the methodologies of checking facts while preparing a news story. But we are also we are also aware that certain practices have to be implemented at the level of newsrooms. And for that fact, you know, when there is a national consultation, everybody agrees on what should be done. But neither fact-checking and media information literacy are magical concepts per se. They're not synonyms for abracadabra, and they need to be implemented. And for that, now we are making interviews with people who run news rooms and news managers, editor-in-chiefs. We also make interviews with editors, and we are making interviews with fact-checkers, trying to assess what the problems are. And we will prepare a report based on these answers and make further recommendations, but more turned to day-to-day practices, if you want.
Thank you very much, Ozgun, for sharing, well, what you have begun with. So it kind of leads us to the conclusion that you are managing to do all this work, even though it's not as easy as it might be in other environments. So thank you for sharing your work, your methodology, and your ideas on how to address the question of media literacy information as a journalist and as a project coordinator. I would like to invite Ms. Lea Aufart now to be our next speaker. Lea works as a project coordinator, as I've said, as JTI Journalism Trust Initiative. So, okay, let's begin with a technical check. Lea, can you hear me?
Yes, very well.
So what is JTI Journalism Trust Initiative, and how does this initiative concretely relate to the idea of media and information literacy? How does it help citizens? How does it help those who may acquire information from you on how to distinguish reliable from non-reliable information?
So the JTI, the Journalism Trust Initiative, is slightly different from what we've heard so far, as in we're not really looking into fight disinformation by chasing malicious actors or deleting or countering harmful content, but we're following the approach of actively supporting the good. So the next question would be, what is good journalism? And the Journalism Trust Initiative has compiled numerous professional standards that already exist in the community. We didn't reinvent them, and they're not to be replaced. They have just been compiled in the standard that allows to add 2 layers to the already existing environment, which is compliance, which means that newsrooms and journalists can look at themselves and disclose information about their structural operational level of journalism, then see if they're in compliance, share this information with their audience. And the second element is that it can turn into a machine-readable signal that can be fed into search engines or news feeds. So I think the second big difference is that the Journalism Trust Initiative is not looking at the content level of journalism, but really much at the structural level. So basically educating the audience about who is, for example, financing the journalism or the media outlet, and what are the editorial guidelines, what is the mission statement. So literacy basically through that approach.
How do ethical and transparency standards, which you've just spoke about, play in making journalism competitive in the digital age?
Well, I mean, it's of course it's a big issue, the economic approach. But what we see is that there is money, for example, in advertising, and there is money in subscription. The only issue is that it's not going to the right sources. And by the right sources or recipients, I mean trustworthy journalists that are working in the public interest and that are not distributing false information. So with the JTI standard, the media outlets can disclose their trustworthiness, which is not only interesting for potential subscribers, but also for advertisers or potential donors in the media development sectors, or, for example, for training. If a media outlet has seen that there is a lack in certain fields, just as Özgür mentioned, they might not have correction policies on certain topics or fact-checking policies, then they could ask for training on that field and have clear indicators to see if they have achieved something.
Thank you. Yes. Now, when it comes to the general, something that kind of is constantly in my mind while we speak of this topic. On one side, as you've explained it at the beginning, we have the energy which is being directed towards debunking false information, educating people how to do it themselves, and then on the other side, I mean, those are not necessarily opposite sides, but they include different actions. You have supporting and highlighting the media who do their jobs professionally with high ethical standards and so on. But what is my current question is, where are people who consume media in between all of this? What do you have, like, not necessarily very precise information, but like a frame, just like a framework of the idea, how much do people trust media today? But I'm thinking you are able to understand in the context we are speaking of, why is this question important?
Okay, so something we do see is that there is a certain level of media literacy, but a lot of times there's also a lack of information. So if you don't really know where the information is coming from, what vested interests there might be, for example, who is the owner of the media outlet, where are the revenues of the media outlet coming from, then it is very hard to take an educated choice. So what we're trying with the Journalism Trust Initiative is to basically provide these information by a structured imprint, by a transparency report, or a certificate once the media outlet is audited against the standard, that media outlets can voluntarily publish on their website and disclose, and with that enable their readers further to understand and make educated choices.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Lea, for sharing all of this information and all of these experiences that come from your side of the job and from your side of the approach towards media and information literacy. I would now like to invite Ms. Jasna Jelisic to be our next speaker. She is the head of Western Balkans Task Force. So we could begin with the question of giving us a closer insight on what it is that this task force does and how is it related to the topics of media and information literacy.
Thank you, Hannah. Indeed, Western Balkans Task Force core business is to support European Union policy in the Western Balkans. And as you know, this is the enlargement policy. And within that, providing strategic communication support. That means a lot of different things. And I'm also looking at the time, I will not go into all the details. But one detail that is crucially important in light of today's discussion is related to information manipulation and very often foreign interference, where we see that, as we observe it in the Western Balkans, that exactly has a chance to obstruct the ambition of the people in the Western Balkans to join the EU. And this is the framework of why we are engaged and in which way we get to look into these issues. Following your previous fascinating panel, I must say a lot from the youth ambassadors to everybody else was very eloquent talking about definitions, but I also wanted to remind the audience, we started discussing these issues talking about fake news. And then the specialists and people in this field started using misinformation and disinformation and mixing the two. And now when we see and we follow the discussions, then it's fake news, misinformation, and disinformation, and everybody is using different terms. Without going into all the different definitions, I think now we are fully into the phase where all of this can be seen within this information manipulation sphere. And disinformation and misinformation is part of it. I just felt this is really important, clarifying and also putting in the context that information manipulation as such is very often, and when we talk about Western Balkans, and our team looks into that, is a part of the hybrid influence combo, and in that context, it should be watched. So this is what we are trying to understand first, what is happening. So the full understanding what is happening in the information environment is the first thing, and then goes everything that needs to be done. And building the resilience of the local population, exactly what was the discussion of today's conference, critical thinking and media literacy is one of the key areas. It is not a silver bullet, but is absolutely essential for dealing with these issues. So we as a task force provide strategic advice, what to be supported, and I was happy to see that a lot of these projects that we suggested to be basically, we are not into business of telling people what to think. We want people in the Western Balkans to be able to think for themselves and to have and be capable to equip themselves to engage and to be exposed to critical thinking and media literacy and differentiate between all of these different areas. So in that sense, I wanted to say that this info manipulation has a special importance for the Western Balkans. And it's also important to say that it's not new to the region. It's not new anywhere, nor it's a specificity of the Western Balkans. The Western Balkans suffered a lot from info manipulation and disinformation in the 90s during the wars, before the war, during the war, and after the war. This is just now, it used to be analog and now it's digital. So it has a different layers and different ways in which it needs to be tackled. So what we as a task force also try to understand how the strategic objective and the desire of the people can be obstructed in the way how they want to live. It can be affected by these info manipulation operations. So what we see is that very often these operations want to discourage people from demanding the changes that need to happen in order for these countries to join the European Union. There are a lot of false narratives or parallel narratives. And in that sense, having both young people, but also older generations being able to think for themselves and recognize what is a poisonous content and what is real journalism is critically important. And this is where we put a lot of our efforts. Even in the previous century, when I was a journalist, and before all of this was such a popular topic, I remember also as a professional, I wouldn't read everything. I would first check who wrote it, and then would devote my time to read a certain article when it was on paper, when there was no web content or social media content and so on. So the issues are still the same, and the need for engaging at many levels. And there is no point in simplifying this issue, is very important. We need fully committed governments to do what they can to tackle this issue. We need a fully devoted professional media community. We need a space for the functioning of the professional media community, and the whole society being engaged in dealing with this issue. There is no silver bullet.
Thank you for your answer, and I must admit that I was highly focused on doing some maths in my head when you said that you were a journalist in the last century, if I heard that right. So yeah, that was like something that really caught my attention. But then, related to that, I would like to ask you: do you think that this relationship trust, basically the trust of journalists towards media, you gave us the example of how you checked every info while working as a journalist. Now, do journalists trust media today? And are journalists kind of, do they have this connection with the fact-checking society and other members of this process of gaining correct information and reliable information? Are these connections developed? Are they necessary? Or should the journalists be well-equipped to do all the work by themselves?
For me, fact-checking is an integral part of good professional journalism. And I think I don't see a problem on the basis of now years of observation, when we now have a professional line of business, which is called fact-checking, to check the content. I don't see a tension between fact-checkers and professional journalists. I see a tension between fact-checkers and content producers posturing as journalists. And I think this is the key for our debate, and it's a core of media literacy and critical thinking business. Now, with the appearance of digital content, I don't even use the term media for all of them, and social. It's called social media. It's social interactions between people who are not journalists, and that needs to be fact-checked. This is not professional journalism. Professional journalism in the basics is about collecting informations in an ethical way and distributing them in public interest. Everything else outside of that basic definition is other professions, PR business and some other lines of business, but it's not journalism. And that's why it's also important to have an environment in which, in an open, pluralistic debate, society can determine what the public interest is, and professional media need to participate in all of that and help its articulation. So in that sense, I would say it's absolutely essential to have the fact-checking business. It's a necessary thing, considering that there is a lot of content that is posturing as journalistic content. And when people really do not see a difference, they don't know very often that in order to, they need to check whether there is an impressum with a clear editorial policy, that there is a code of conduct, whether the producers of the content on certain web page are following the standards of ethical journalism, are they self-regulating, are they apart if they're electronic media, are they adhering to the regulation of the, for example, broadcasting. So I would say that journalists and fact checkers, real journalists, real professional journalists and fact checkers are one in my book. Professional journalists check their facts, while we need fact checkers to check everything else.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jalisic, for sharing your experiences and insights on the topic. And our final speaker on this panel is Mr. Erkan Saka, who is an associate professor at Bilgi Istanbul University. Probably didn't pronounce that right, but I'm trying. Give me credit for that. Mr. Saka, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. And you?
Great, thank you. So let's speak of how has the, if it has, how has the spread of disinformation changed in Turkey in the last years, in particularly in light of social media?
Well, as an academic, it's hard to generalize mostly, but these are some of my observations in one way or another, even if we don't like, sometimes we criticize, there was this journalistic authority. And now as my friend, colleague mentioned, Özgün mentioned, there is this sort of collapse of Turkish journalism because of many reasons. This means citizens rightfully lose their trust in the media that was once called mainstream media. And when there is no trust in a journalistic authority, then this can be easily replaced by new actors that use social media platforms. This is a case since the emergence of social media. But in general, if there is still a journalistic authority there, trusted authority, this still guides many citizens. But if that trust is lost, then it's open, in an open field. So there are truth wars, claims. And then citizens have their own initiatives. If there is still some journalism done in Turkey, with the, of course, help of professional, experienced journalists and some citizens, these are thanks to citizen initiatives mostly. And also fact checking, which is sometimes interesting. It's a given thing for journalism. But if that authority collapses, then there must be some others. So there are some initiatives who do the fact checking, and some of them got very successful, and that's a nice thing. But still, the scene is very heterogeneous, very not really hard to. There are so many echo chambers in a way, and this is a very good venue for disinformation, basically, unfortunately. And plus, this is the scene, and then we see the pandemic. And Özgün mentioned in between lines about science journalism or science communication. This wasn't a much issue before, and pandemic just shaped shaped the context. And now we are not very much used to deal with scientific communication, and also professional journalists or citizen journalists, anyone. And this gives us a new field of disinformation. And so the scene is now, we are also trying to deal with that. And of course, I guess, and one more thing is that about the refugee crisis. I assume until maybe pandemic, it was more or less controlled by, how can I say, I didn't see that much, that level of hate speech or disinformation towards refugees. But as the authority collapsed, journalistic authority, now we see more disinformation towards them. And unfortunately, opposition began to see that they can exploit this. So most of the time, we could attribute this information to the pro-government circles. But now it is also complicated. Some oppositional figures or circles are also mining the field with disinformation against especially refugees. That's what I can say in general. Yeah.
Thank you, Erkan, for giving us
You're welcome.
this insight. I mean, not only on the state of media, but also how it relates to different social and political changes and their dynamics. Now, focusing like a bit more specifically on online journalism, do you can you identify at this point of time what could be the biggest challenges that online journalism is facing?
Well, I think Özgün, my friend, already implied there is definitely a pressure. And you know, if the scene and independent journalism, by definition, it's smaller size and its power is limited to, compared to bigger media organizations. This means they are more open to, they are more subject to legal pressures. So we definitely have legal challenges here. Secondly, so I'm not repeating what our friends already told. And secondly, from a more proactive maybe perspective, we need business models. I mean, this is a global problem, definitely. This is not only a local Turkey-based thing. And I think independent journalism, online journalism is really in search for some financial survivability. Some funding is definitely helps, but I think they have to find their ways to go beyond external funding. More community-based, maybe reader-based support systems. Everyone tries, and this is in parallel to other countries, I'm sure. Just that, you know, sometimes you know, your financial initiatives are also prevented by authorities. So even if you find a business model, sometimes it won't work. But at least it seems if you have a model, it might have a chance. At the moment, most, as far as I can observe, depending on independent funding, and government has already begun to target that. So in near future, we will see that these funding sources might be limited through some legal and other pressures. And thirdly, maybe it seems to be a lesser problem at the moment, but this is about the type of journalism. It's times changing. As I said, you know, we never imagined something like pandemic. So we need to insert sort of new kinds of journalistic knowledge, climate or science communication, climate journalism, or maybe rethinking how to report politics, etc. Well, under these suffering conditions, independent journalists cannot really train themselves that much. But at least I'm hopeful that there are so many citizen initiatives. Sometimes help comes from outside the journalistic circle, and then it has its own problems. You know, sometimes when activism meets with journalism, it provides some unintended consequences, which is not really sometimes preferable, but still, maybe there can be more enlargement of journalistic knowledge. And this also this can make more readers again more news friendly. I know citizens are quite interested in political news, but there is also this kind of exhaustion with our current news cycle, and with novel ways of reporting, this might help, and we can maybe reach beyond the echo chambers. These are the three maybe major issues. Yeah.
Saka, yes, I'm not sure if you just said something. Maybe I missed the last words you said.
No. All is fine.
Okay.
I cannot hear you now, but
maybe you do not need to hear me anyway. I'm kidding. I think you can hear me now. Yeah? Okay.
Yes. No,
thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for introducing us with some new elements at the very end of the conference, which are highly important for the whole concept of media and information literacy, journalism freedom, and everything else that come into this story. And thank you for that. I think it should be definitely taken into consideration when discussing this topic. And for the very end of this panel, I would like to go back just for a minute to Bojan, who I feel I owe it to due to all the technical issues we had during his comments. So Bojan, let's see what happens this time, and let's go with a question of kind of framing everything we spoke about. If you remember at the very beginning, we spoke about the importance of coalitions that need to work together in order for society to benefit in the context of media and information literacy. Now, what happens if you only have specific media, specific journalists with high ethical standards doing their best for people to have reliable information, but then you do not have the support of other roles, institutions, and people who should be in the process? What is it possible to ensure to citizens to understand the values of, valuable journalism?
Yeah, I think that media cannot educate people without a formal educational system. Media literacy must to start from elementary school. That we have to work with the child we have some media literacy readers. Media have to inform, to get a fun, and to educate our readers. And I think this is the right moment in a crisis situation for it. And because people in crisis situation are searching for real and reliable information, and it is time for professional media to become popular, almost like tabloids. But without the formal education in schools, I think that media cannot do it.
Thank you very much, Bojan. What you've just said brings us back to basically how we started the conference today at 10 a.m., actually 10:30, where we spoke about the importance of integrating MIL into formal education and creating a sustainable format of having MIL as part of elementary, secondary schools, universities, and giving an opportunity for young people to be able to understand the importance of critical thinking, the importance of being able to perceive which information are reliable and which are not. So it kind of frames basically the whole story. I think we can end this panel and the conference as well with the idea that today we have heard so many different stakeholders. We have heard people who on different sides of the process do their jobs. We have heard people from the institutions, people from the media, people from the civil society sector, young people who try to influence their peers. We've heard all of them on the ways they try to achieve the change, on the ways they try to emphasize the importance of media and information literacy. And going back to what I've said at some point during the conference, we should not be discussing which of these approaches is the right one. We should be taking the best out of each so people who need to learn could benefit. We can definitely conclude as a part of this conference that a significantly higher degree of media and information literacy is needed in all of the countries of the Southeast Europe, and that only by including all of the people we have spoke about, all of the pillars that contribute to education, the new generations and the older generations have hope in achieving a better understanding of media and of information they are being exposed to daily. So thank you very much for all of your attention during the day. Thank you for all the comments you've left in the chat. Thank you to all the panelists who were here as a part of the last panel and all of the previous panels as well. Thank you for all your patience during the minor technical issues we had. And I hope you will, take the knowledge from today's event and apply it on wherever you're already working, and help the generations, my and the next generations coming, to be more media and information literate and to live a more responsible and to ask for a more responsible life from the people surrounding them. Thank you once again.